What is going on, everybody? If you don't already know, I go by Philly Mike, and
What's good, everybody? You already know who it is. Steven Hyder, Gate City Sports Channel. Hey, sorry I missed you guys yesterday. I forgot to say, happy Good Friday. Forgot about that, guys. But hopefully you guys are having a good Easter weekend.
what's going on, everybody? What's going on, Philly J? Uh, can't attempt to say your name. I'll call you back. It's rough. Philly Wolf 90, what is going on, everybody? Let's get into some Philadelphia Eagles talk. Soon we won't be able to talk about what we think is going to happen in the draft. Soon we'll be talking about how we feel coming out the draft. And it's much anticipated. At least I know it is on my end with all the rumors and all the ways the Eagles can go. I'm not talking about just players in general. I'm talking about moving up, moving back, staying, trading, this, that, and the third. And the amount of people who have been interviewed by the Eagles, from all the guys we think we can get at number one, the guys who can fall to number two, all that good stuff. How do you feel about that, Gate City?
Yeah, man. It's going to be really interesting what goes on in the draft with this particular draft class we got going on here, guys. It's going to be a mystery what the Eagles do, guys. I don't think it's a lot that they're necessarily going receiver in the first round, although I think it's what they want to do. But I think you always got to have that plan B and a plan C. But man, I'm just hoping at the end of the day we get enough guys that make us into a dynamic, offense to help Carson Wentz carry the load. Because at some point we got to make that deep playoff, run.
Oh yeah, and we just need him to be there, healthy, to do that, which I believe he can be. Yeah, it's funny though. This is a much anticipated draft and all that, but the Eagles have made the playoffs the last 3 years in a row due to unforeseen circumstances. We still were able to get it done. One of the craziest things is since 2010 to now, the NFC East has never been back-to-back winning division leader champions. That's crazy. This will be the year we have to come out and get it done.
Yeah, I agree. What's good, Philly Fresh?
Yo, what's going on, y'all?
Cody Kelfer, what's up, everyone? Happy Easter. If you're celebrating, who will the Eagles select at number one? That's where it gets dicey. Go ahead if anybody want to take that.
Man, this thing just did it again. I swear to God.
Sorry, do what you got to do.
All right, guys. So what was the question you wanted me to look at, man?
Like, who are the Eagles going to draft round one, first pick? Like, you could say who you'd want them to / who you think. Because I think, as a realist and also as a fan, you got guys who you want them to draft, but you also know deep in your head, like if it was you would probably go this way. But just knowing the Eagles, you feel like they might go this way.
If I had to take a guess, I think the target, just judging the way the tea leaves are falling, it's not necessarily who I would pick, but who I think the target is Justin Jefferson. That's who I think the Eagles are targeting. I don't think there's a guarantee that he's there at 21, though. I think it just depends when the rush for wide receivers begins. I think that's really going to be the key here. At 21, I think the two guys that they would probably take at 21, obviously one of the big three there, but I'm not counting on that happening. I think it would be Justin Jefferson and Denzel Mims are your two big guys that I think they want to take at 21. It's hard to predict these things, guys. We know there's going to be a run on wide receivers. It's just predicting where it's going to start. I've seen some draft analysts think that it's going to start early in the draft. They think Tampa Bay is going receiver, stuff like that. Things that I don't necessarily think are going to happen. But it'll be interesting, man. It'll be real interesting once we finally get around there. Sorry, guys. Keep kicking me on and off, guys. It's the I think it's the bandwidth because I think everybody in my neighborhood's on.
Hey, real quick, Philly Fresh, why you got two things up?
Because I was trying to read all the comments, but I'm gonna do it how I do it regularly.
I hear you. I'll leave it off though. I put it up at first. But
All right, all right.
yeah, to piggyback off that, it does look that way, that it's going that way. I do think we can use a linebacker. The linebacker, who's to say where it's going to be? Knowing the Eagles, is probably going to be a little bit later, maybe that third-ish, maybe fourth-ish, maybe even later. That's not necessarily saying I would want them to go that late on a linebacker. But it is what it is. Let's see some. What's going on, everybody? Bird Gang 114, Edwin, Pole Viper,
What's up?
Basemar. Let's see. Hot take. Can y'all stop convincing people that Denzel Mims is a solid first round pick? Ooh. What is the thing that you dislike about Mims the most? You think so you're saying he's a second round pick, I would assume, or even later. Let me know what the thing you dislike about him most and why he's not first round ready. And give me your
thing I'd say I hate this camera, guys. The thing I would say on that topic, it's not what we're saying, it's what teams value. It's where the teams value the player. Right now, there's a lot of momentum that this kid's a first-round pick. There is another comment I wanted to tackle, guys. Joey Z.
Where is
I
that?
think Rager has questionable hands, 807.
Yeah,
he ranks 31st in drops out of all the receivers. This is why I caution people to be careful with statistics. When you're looking at stats, you got to put them in context. He also played with 6 different quarterbacks. He also is the guy who is more than likely to elevate up for a pass. It depends on how you got to view the tape, not just a random statistic, because not all drops are equal.
Makes sense. It does. A guy who's going to go up and try to get 50-50 balls is less than the guy who would just let that 50-50 ball go to somewhere else.
Exactly.
But it's rough. And to answer your question, Thomas Jones, yes, we are going to be streaming during the draft, so hopefully we got everybody in a good mood after round 1, because it could get rough. Could get rough real quick.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all. The more, I ain't really get to speak on it. We going through the comments now, but the more I think about it, and the more I break it down, I'm looking at all these receivers, and I'm pretty sure Howie is too. And like, man, I lost 2 picks. I could probably gain another pick by going back.
Yeah.
I really think that we don't have a first round pick. It might work out, but I really, really have a feeling that Howie is going to move back. That's something that he usually doesn't do. He usually move up, but something is telling me that because of the position that is needed, and it's so many receivers, man. When earlier, man, I was just breaking down and looking at a lot of these receivers, man. It's really a lot of good receivers. It's dudes that we really haven't even talked about yet. You know what I mean? It's dudes that you're going to be able to find in the 3rd and 4th round. It's kind of like, I don't want to say this, but the Donnell Pumphrey and Wendell Smallwood draft with all the running backs, Booby came out with Donnell Pumphrey and Wendell Smallwood. But I feel as though it's way more talent than that when it was at running back. What was that, 2015? Was that 15 or 16?
For
Pumphrey
Humphrey?
Yeah, Pumphrey and what's the other guy name that we got? We got the same the other running back we got in that draft. I can't remember his name, man. That's crazy.
Hey, Jason Moeller, I'm going to give you your 5 seconds of fame. What do you think about Poe, McCoy, Lawrence, Gregory, and Audon Smith all on the bench trying to get the oxygen tank? They old asses.
Yeah. He came on my stream Friday trying to come out with some Cowboy stuff. It's it is what it is. It is. I wanted to get to that one quick. I want Rieger, Ewick, and Antonio Gibson 1, 2, 3. This is an extremely great offensive draft to mess with defensive players.
2020 vision. I'm on board with that, bro.
Yeah. Rieger has a 4.28 speed with a 42-inch vertical. That is true. You saw it just the other day, or yesterday, I think it was, or whatever. He, went back from being 205, got down.
Maz Muhammad. This is what I'll say. You're not going to find a bigger Rieger guy than me. I'm not saying Eagles shouldn't take him at 21, but I'm also not going to push back if someone says, I like Rhaegar, but I'm not. That's a stretch. That's overreaching for him. I would kind of probably have to cede that ground to them that, yeah, it probably is reaching a little bit there at 21. I think he's a better candidate if you trade back. T. Higgins is so underrated. Yeah, I agree.
Yo, is this lagging now?
But it's crazy that before the combine, he was like the fourth or fifth. He was like the fourth or fifth receiver off the board, and I don't know what happened at the combine. I don't know what he did or didn't do, but it just seemed like he fell off, man. And a lot of dudes is getting their name piped up more because of this combine, and you starting to see a lot of dudes moving up because of this combine. I don't know what happened to T. Higgins. He was basically the fourth or fifth wide receiver off the board.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what happened to him.
What's up, Antonio Holmes? Hey, Robert 28. I'm sorry, man. Nothing personal, man. I just don't agree with that statement. The Denzel Mims spacing looks suspect. I got a video where I disagree with you. You can go watch it. I break down film all the time. That ain't what I saw on film. I saw a kid that clearly has 4.3, 4.4 speed out there. I mean,
yo, is everything going good with the stream? The people watching, let me know in the comment section.
And please let me know if y'all can hear me. For some reason, I go in and out. I don't know why.
I see a lot of comments, guys, about Queen and who was the other person that kept throwing up there? Sorry, guys, I'm trying to find the comments.
Ruiz.
Robert 28, agree about Robert Edwards. Sorry, guys, like it went way down after I hit down.
I know.
I lost it.
Yeah,
I lost it.
I know. I just thought about it.
How did I lose it? Sorry, guys.
All right. I think you're talking about Ruiz, the center. Or
yeah. There was a comment about that, but that's
Queen
not what I was
Ruiz.
saying. Two linebackers, I thought. But yeah, Bergang 114. I don't know the Eagles are going center in the first round, but I will give you this. Don't rule out offensive line at that first pick. Reports are the Eagles are still uncertain about Dillard. So you got to be careful there, man. I don't know. They need a center as well. Kelsey won't be around forever. I think the problem is when you're picking in the first round and you're picking a guy that's going to be a backup, it's not the best look. You know, you really need to play with that with quarterbacks.
You're absolutely right, because it happened last year with Dillard. But with Ruiz, I really think that the Cowboys take him with the departure of the guy with the spine problem or something. What's his name? Frederick. I think Ruiz. I think they pick up Ruiz.
real quick, I just want to attack this. What's going on, the boys 2138? What's up? Everybody is doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. When are you going to get back to the Sixers, my boy? It pains me to talk about them in a time like this, but yeah, it's been a while, so I'm going to get up some Sixers content out very soon to satisfy the better part of your sports cheering. You know what I'm saying?
Antonio Holmes, I feel you, man. I feel you. It is a Howie move, isn't it? I honestly think they're going to try to go receiver first. But, you know, you always got to have that plan B or a plan C. You do, man, because you don't know. Man, teams can start jumping you and taking players you were going to go get.
Yeah. And so, yeah, and just like you said, a Howie move is going to the O-line first and or the defensive line. That's just what's in Howie's DNA. He just loves to do that. And again, receiver is very important, especially just to get out the way, especially with going forward. Not just saying that we won't have receiver play next year, but for long term, the future. But it's in Howie's DNA to get these offensive linemen and defensive linemen early. And I can see both ways. I can see him saying, you know what, we need a receiver. Let's get a receiver. Or the same way we keep talking about this draft being so deep, he's like, let's get a D-line, an offensive line, and get our guys later because it's deep. So being this deep can also hurt us in Howie's mindset.
BC Mar, I understand what you're saying, but the bottom line is Howie Roseman is the head of the personnel department. And underneath Howie Roseman's guidance, this personnel department has very obvious tendencies.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say there. The tendencies, he stays consistent. Let's just say that.
Jose, I don't really know if Jefferson is going to be gone, but I think he might be the fifth wide receiver off the board, the fifth or fourth, because his stock went up a lot. A lot of dudes like his catch radius, and then in the combine, he went a lot faster than people thought he would go. He already has an NFL frame. He's at him, and I want to say one more receiver is already NFL ready more than anybody else at the wide receiver position. So he might be gone, but I just don't know how many people is going to take a wide receiver in the first round.
Man, it's so hard to predict what teams are falling in love with what guys. You don't know.
Right.
I mean, a lot of this stuff, guys, when they're bringing in people for interviews and stuff, some of the guys they're bringing in are just they're there to deceive other teams.
Right. Which draft reminds you of Torrey Smith?
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
I don't know about that.
Come on, the Torrey Smith when he first came out.
I mean, the dude was good when he first came out when he was in Baltimore.
Yeah,
we just got the older version of it.
Kevin, none of the guys that I've gone over yet do, but I don't know. I have to look at deeper guys in the draft for that one, man. I know some people will probably go with any speedster and say it's him, but Torrey Smith's a certain type.
All right,
I give you that.
All right, let's get back to this. Philly Fan D said, I still think we try and move up and get Ruggs.
Robert 28, you're not getting Mims in the third round, bro. He's gone way before that.
Yeah, he's going in at the latest the second round. I don't know too much about the last comment that you just said, Philly Mike. I don't know too much about that anymore, man. Once we got Slay, I was really out on it. I was saying that, and I was putting together packages on my own, making sure that people heard what I said, maybe Howie can hear what I said. But man, after you lose 2 picks and now you're down to 8, to give up another one. If it's something in next year, or you give up a player or something like that, but I don't see how we giving up another pick. We got to understand how he wants to be and stay younger. We got to understand last year we only had 5 picks. So it's hard to stay younger when you don't have the picks in the draft. You know what I mean? So I feel as though he's going to take full advantage of all the picks that he had.
BC Mar, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but I can tell you teams are valuing him way before a third round.
I just want to say this on Denzel Mims. We all been doing it, but I've been talking about each receiver. I've been talking about this upcoming draft since the season kind of ended. And I first had Denzel Mims in the third round. In the early third round was my guess pre anything. Now, I'm not just talking the combine. I'm talking how he played at the Senior Bowl when he did all his measurables and the fact that he's 6'2", 200 pounds, and ran a 4.38. That plays part. His Senior Bowl performance, his combine, his measurables, how the kid carries himself, all that was able to now move him up. And I do believe if he could fall to the second round, second round, but he's definitely moved up every day that went by in this offseason. He showed signs that he's moving up. Like Steve Hyder said, how teams value him.
Exactly. And BC Mar, it's not that I disagree that he gets physical with cornerbacks. I just disagree with the way and look, and maybe I'm just misreading what you're saying, but you're making it seem like the only tool that he has in his toolbox is physicality. And that's not true. He's not the best route runner in this class. He's not the best route runner, but he's not bad at it either. He's not. He's much further ahead than a lot of people are giving him credit for. He's got some things he's got to learn. I mean, he's not a polished and finished product yet, but I'm telling you, in my opinion, just an opinion, but Denzel Mims, I would say Denzel Mims and then probably Jalen Reagor have the highest ceilings out of anyone in this draft class. at the receiver position. These are the guys that are the most likely to be bust, but also the most likely to be serious booms.
Philly take with RB. What's going on, my guy? He says Caesar I can never say his name. Ruiz, trade up for him in the second round. Dude is going to be an all-pro replacement for Kelsey. How you
If
feel
he
about
makes it to the second round, I agree. Yeah, Philly take with the running back. I do think that the Eagles are looking at centers, and I do think we're going to draft a center this year. I don't know what round. It's hard to say. 2020 vision. My gut instinct, no. My gut instinct, the Eagles are going to have to go up in the third round and go get them. And hopefully they do. Because I'll be real with you, if you miss on certain receivers, this guy makes it a lot easier because, yeah, maybe he's not playing on the outside, but he's still a nightmare. He's a nightmare for teams to match up with.
Yeah. Real quick, I just wanted to say to you, quick. You said Philly talk with running back. It's RB.
Yeah. My bad, guy.
Hey, I just woke up like 10 minutes ago. I ain't even
Can you get my wallet and run money down the camera quick?
Joe Z.
Upstairs in our room.
Ayuk, or however you say his name. I think it's Ayuk. Ayuk has a very, very good ceiling, but I like what Steve said. I don't think his ceiling is higher than the two dudes that Steve just named. Ayuk definitely has a good ceiling, man, and he's very underrated in this draft.
Yeah. Ayuk is maybe one of the underappreciated guys. So Joey Z, or I don't know if is it Joey's or Joey Z. This is what I'll say. Ayuk is underappreciated. His ceiling is not quite as high as Rager's. Is he the safer pick of the two? And can he give you some of the same exact things that you're going to get from Rager? Yes. I honestly think, just analyzing what I know about the Eagles and what I see going on, I think they have a weird contingency plan to where they're going Jefferson. If Jefferson's gone, I think they're going to try to make a move to get a guy like, Rager. And if Rager's gone, I think they're going Ayuk. To be honest with you, I think that's the direction they're heading. I just think it's hard to project them to take additional X like T. Higgins, even though I think T. Higgins is a really underrated player. I think it's really difficult to project them to take Denzel Mims because Denzel Mims is an X. Because the fact is, I don't think J.J. Arcega-Whiteside should even be in the conversation with T. Higgins and with Denzel Mims in terms of the prospect and what they can be. But you just spent a second-round pick on the kid. It just seems unlikely you're going to give up on him that quickly. But maybe the Eagles say, hey, we're not giving up on him. We don't care about if he plays the slot, if he plays the Z, if he plays the X, as long as he's productive. I don't know. But
hey, real fast, Devin King, we do this every weekend, every Saturday. We've been doing this for the last 3 to 4 Saturdays. It usually be at 5 o'clock, but people got their own schedules and all that. And we try to get y'all something every Saturday, man. So I mean, stay tuned in, man. We here.
Yeah. This is like Philly Fresh said, this is the third Saturday in a row. Last Saturday was dang near 5 hours, almost killed me. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's normally going to be every Saturday at 5:30. Things happen. All three of us couldn't link up at 5:30, so we made it at 8 o'clock. It's the weekend though, so it's all good. But yeah, every Saturday at 5:30, we're about to run a live stream.
Antonio Holmes, I like the way you put that. Mims is a lot better at the contested catch than people think. I agree with you, bro. Rieger makes people look stupid on the field. He does. Rieger was a much better route runner than I thought. And then when I watched the film, just as a guy who coaches wide receivers myself, I was amazed at what I was seeing on film from Rieger. I just thought that he should have way better stats than he did. And then I realized he's played with like 6 quarterbacks. It's some kind of ridiculous stat, the amount of quarterbacks he's had to play with. And if you watch on the film, guys, the quarterbacks are not very good that he's played with. They're not. I think you can make the same case for what was the kid's name from Notre Dame, guys? I just did a video on him too. I can't think of his name now. I'm so tired after I make these videos for these guys. They be messing me up. Let me take a look real quick, guys.
What you talking about? What you talking about, Steve?
The kid from Notre Dame. Chase Claypool.
Oh, Claypool.
Chase Claypool. Yeah. I think you can make the same argument for Claypool. I think Claypool's not there's some little uncertainty with him as well, but some of it's not his fault because some of it was the quarterback play. Some of it, a lot of it was the quarterback play.
Yeah.
And that's really a name that we don't talk about a lot, but he can also have a high ceiling. Like that's what I'm saying. Like when you look and you go down a list of these wide receivers, man, it's like Howie, you cannot miss, man. You can't. You can't. I don't even want you to miss on if you do get 2 receivers. I don't even want you to miss on a second one. It's so much talent, man. It's scary.
Yeah. 2020 vision. I don't know, man. I'd have to really go look at Antonio Brown's film to make the comparison because I haven't really done that yet. But I think Ayuk's going to be a good player, man. I do. I think this draft has more top end talent than people think, and I do think you can go deep in this draft and pluck some guys out for real that are going to be really good. I like Ayuk a lot, man. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, he's good.
I would take him with my second round pick. You know, hopefully he be there, but if he there, I would snatch him up, man. This dude's a beast, man.
Lawrence James, appreciate the super chat. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but the thing is Mims is more than just a contested catch guy. Don't let Mims fool you, bro. He's fast. Mims can blow by you if you ain't careful.
What's going on, Desert Eagle 90?
Jefferson too, to be honest. My biggest fear with Jefferson is if someone asks me, Steve, do you know for a fact that he can play on the outside? No, I don't. I don't. I think he can. I don't know for certain.
Hey, Rock Lee, you think Claypool's gonna be a Jimmy Graham? I don't understand that. You know, Jimmy Graham is a tight end, and Claypool is not. They're not the same kind of players. So I don't know if you meant to put another player, but no, he's not going to be another Jimmy Graham or baby Jimmy Graham.
Desert Eagle 90, what's going on, bro?
Word. Yo, another dude who does Eagles content too, so go check him out. You know what I mean? Right now he's doing his push-up challenge, you know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at him though. Got to stay something in the quarantine.
Who doing the push-up challenge?
Desert Eagle 90.
Oh man, I had all my friends on Instagram about a week ago doing a push-up challenge.
Yeah, good way to stay active in the crib.
Hang on, Joey Z. One thing I will say about Ayuk that I like about him, he's not my favorite. He's not my favorite after the top 3, but one thing I will say in support of him is because he has that tear, that core muscle injury. I think his value is going to slip, and I think this is a kid that's going to fall way below like what his actual draft value is worth. And that excites me about this kid because look, 6 to 8 weeks, he gets healthy, and this kid is what he was on film at Arizona State. That's a good football player, man. I'll take him.
Luke Height, that's a very good question.
Yeah, so
go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna read it. Go ahead, you guys can read it.
Me personally, like I said, I want Ayuk in the second round if he's there. But my thing is, it's kind of hard to pair them because the guys that I want, they're kind of the same players. You know what I mean? Like in a perfect world, I would want Justin Jefferson if I know Ayuk was going to be there. But I also do want Mims. So it's like Mims and Ayuk are kind of the same player. But in the perfect world, I would say Justin Jefferson and Ayuk.
My favorite pairing, man, I would love to see the Eagles get back a little bit, go get an Ayuk or go get Rhaegar, or even if you give me Justin Jefferson at 26 or 27, I think that's a different story than 21, in my opinion. I feel more secure, even if he's just a slot receiver. At the end of the day, the kid can get open. But I would say take, an Ayuk or take a guy like a Rhaegar and then pair him with a guy like a T. Higgins. So you got a traditional X receiver, and you got guys that can play the Y and they can play inside the slot, or they can play inside the slot as a Y, or they can play outside as a flanker as a Z. But see, here's the thing, guys, and let us know in the comment section. This would be a good place to start here. Are you guys sold they're going back to back with wide receiver? Because, you know, as I get closer and closer to the draft, I'm not too certain on that. What do you guys think?
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I asked that in my Friday thing. I guess they said the last time the Eagles went back to back the same position was, forgot
Corner.
what year, but it was
Corner.
when Lito Shepherd and Sheldon Brown back to back. Now again, it's hard for a team just to stay at one position back to back, especially when you're talking that early. So could it happen because the need is president? Yeah, but like you said, with being able to maybe get an Antonio Gibson in the third, being able to maybe get a KJ Hill, a Van Jefferson, a Tyler Johnson, a guy who is still can be productive later in the draft, and you can still polish up something with your second round pick, the holes we have on the line, the holes we have in other places, you know? So again, 2 back-to-back receivers is the flashy toy. It's the new thing. It's a skill player. It's cool. You know, when you draft an offensive lineman, even if he's the best offensive lineman ever, it's not the sexy pick. It's not the, oh, I can't wait to see what he does, because all he's going to do is block. And that's important, but it's just, you know what I'm saying? It's not the guy who's going to come out there and get you a 1,200-yard season, 10 touchdowns. It's not the shiny toy, but that's how you secure your football team and how he loves the trenches on both sides.
I agree, sir.
Hey, Charles Smith, what's going on? On that question, I didn't hear too much about that, but I don't think he had, I know he wears a tight end number, but I don't know if he has the frame or the built to be a tight end. You know what I mean? Talking about Claypool, but
yeah.
Hey man, if you heard it, I ain't gonna disagree. I ain't gonna argue with you about it, but I just think I don't know if he has the frame to be a tight end.
Real quick, I want to shout out Charles Smith. He was on it early. He sent the video to both me and Gate City. He might have sent it to you too, Philly. He did, I think. He was on it as soon as Jalen Rieger got that 4.28 video out. Hit us up
Charles
on Twitter.
Smith, I appreciate you, bro, doing that too, man.
Charles Smith, that dude. But real quick, I want to touch on Bazemar. Oh no, not KJ Hill. Again, that's only if we're going fourth. If we're coming to dip, if we're trying to double dip at receiver, would it be our second receiver? You know, I don't know. But when we talk about if we get a receiver at 1, we don't touch it at 2, we don't touch it at 3, and now we're talking in the 4th with one of our 4ths. We got 3 of them. That's when I don't think KJ Hill should be drafted in the first 3 rounds. I don't. But I'm talking if again now once we get to the 4th round, around 127. 127 people are off the board. You're not going to get too many of the guys that we've been speaking about now in the 4th round. So you got to dig down deep and get it. But I do believe that this receiver draft is going to be a better chance to get a 4th round guy who can be productive early than like say last year's, you know?
Yeah. It's hard to project the later round guys. It's not easy to do that.
No, because you got people who will take a chance on a guy just because, you know, their skill set might not be. But again, interviews can go different. There's teams that will draft a guy just depending on how the interview went, what they think he can get from this guy, how he is in the locker room, paired with what he can do on the field. You know, there's other things that go involved with drafting a guy. So a guy we say go in the 4th. I mean, like, look, did any of us believe that Daniel Jones was going to be that high, a Duke quarterback? Like, come on, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
the Giants.
Yeah.
It's going to be some shockers. It's going to be somebody reach for. It's going to be somebody that slips. That just happens every draft. So, I mean, what we're doing, we're actually entertaining ourselves and speculating, and you know, by us entertaining ourselves, we're entertaining, you know, y'all also. But we really don't know exactly what the Eagles is going to do. I'm just hoping that they do the right thing.
Real quick, I'm going to touch on this, and I want to get to that retiring thing real quick. Again, I don't think he can be our second receiver, too. So if we get a receiver in the 1st, again, Deshaun Jackson is going to play the Y. We're talking about 2020 only. So Deshaun Jackson plays that flanker, that Y. To whoever we get in the 1st, whether it be Denzel Mims, whether it be T. Higgins, whether it be Justin Jefferson, that's another guy. And then you got KJ Hill filling in with the, you know, the Greg Ward Jr.'s, not a KJ Hill, of course. But I'm talking again. I'm trying to project if the Eagles do not go back to back and they don't touch receiver until the 4th round. If he touched a receiver at 127, I mean, who's there? KJ Hill might actually, again, Van Jefferson's a guy who I think will be there later, maybe not 127, but definitely not in the top 75.
Yeah, that's true, man. I mean,
so it's hard to project, but like I said, and not one of my videos is if I said, KJ Hill's my guy. I just think when you're talking 127, it's far. But I want y'all take on this question.
Wow.
He's Malcolm Jenkins, I guess he's saying.
No. I know why he's saying that.
You're like what?
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's not an Eagle. You know what I mean? He's an Eagle. Don't get me wrong, but 6 years,
Super Bowl.
It's kind of,
Super Bowl.
Yeah, but all right. So we're gonna retire everybody that won a Super Bowl for us?
No, but
and let's not act like he didn't get shredded for 505 yards in the Super Bowl. I'm not taking nothing away from Malcolm Jenkins. I understand it's really a locker room thing, and we understand the thing that he did for Philadelphia on and off the field. So yeah, but retiring his number, nah, I'm good.
How you feel about that, Gay City?
Hang on. Hey, Charles Smith, I see that Duke comment. All I can say is, "What?"
Where he said it?
Yeah, I seen that too. I was gonna say something, but I was gonna leave it up to you.
What was the question again, guys? You guys pulled it down, didn't you?
Oh yeah, just about retiring. What's it called?
Malcolm Jenkins.
Yeah.
I think that's a tough question because I think he's been very important in the locker room. And I think he's done a lot in the Philadelphia community. I don't know that's something that's going to happen instantly. That might be something that happens more down the road. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, I see both. I see both sides. Again, he's not like a Brian Dawkins who was a lifelong Eagle, blah, blah, blah. But he also, even though he got tore up, he was a part of the defense that got tore up. I mean, the people who played big roles on that Super Bowl run, who had leadership and all that. I mean, that's something that we'll never forget. It took us a long time to get there. You know what I mean?
Right. Antonio Holmes. That would be an interesting pairing. Look, I don't think, Kez Watkins is necessarily as sure a fire pick as like an Ayuk, but when you talk about speed and the potential of that speed, I mean, I agree, man. That would be a very interesting pairing.
Plus,
those two together, man, it'd be like a track meet. No doubt about it.
Plus, Watkins got some height on him, too. He's like 6'2".
Yeah, he's a big boy. Dude got some feet, too, man. That kid can run.
Yeah, that'd definitely be crazy. But Watkins is like third round pick?
Third or fourth.
Yeah, West should be there later. And again, I would take probably Craig Watkins over a guy like KJ Hill too. So Bazemar, you got me there on that one. If the Cowboys take AJ Terrell because I like him, they think more about me than about the team or about them. It's funny.
BC Mar, they interviewed Gabriel Davis. That was leaked. I think I heard Courtney Davis's name too, but I'm not sure. Can't remember. I thought I heard that name as well. I honestly think the Eagles are going to go wide receiver high, first or second round, and then I think you'll see them wait until probably the 4th round to address it again. I get it. That's my gut feeling is what might happen.
I can see that happening, like the 4th round, getting a guy from Temple. I can't remember his name. A guy like that. What's his name? The guy from Temple, man. I can't remember his name right now, but I can see that happening. Exactly. This is not a organization that just retires and Steph Joyner just went into the Eagles Hall of Fame 2 years ago. You know what I mean? Like the best linebacker we ever had, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So I don't know. 27, I get retired. That's just my opinion.
All right, man. Miguel Gonzalez says Mims should be our 21st pick after watching more highlights of him. I believe both him and Jefferson. Then we should address the secondary. We need a number 2 corner. Hopefully, Gladly. Gladly's been moving up though. Gladly looked like he can possibly be a top 40 guy.
I like pairing the idea of pairing Gladney with Slay.
That would be
I
dope.
like that idea. I also like, but there are quite a few of second round corners I think are going to be pretty good. I don't know the Eagles are going to go corner in the second round. That's another one I don't know.
Yeah, I do want to say this. Yeah, I agree. And Bazemore again, like
me too, bro.
Huh?
Me too.
I like him too. Let me ask y'all this though. We all know, we all want a receiver in the first round, but we also all know that it's so much talent at the receiver position. What is and I'm asking everybody in the comment section too, what is the one position that you would get mad at that they took in the first round?
Yeah, shit. Sorry,
what I get mad at? I get mad they took a tackle. I would get mad, really mad, because then why'd you move up? Why'd you move up to draft Andre Dillard? Why did we? And again, I still think he held his own against Khalil Mack. Maybe the mindset's not right, and the willingly to try to move around and play other positions. But we did see some solid upside at the left tackle position. And if you get another left tackle, either he's starting over Andre Dillard, but no matter how you cut it, you got a first round pick on the bench.
Mm-hmm. Bergang 114. That's an interesting comparison and tie-in to relationships there. 844 guys, but to be short and honest about it, I don't know. I haven't really had a chance to watch film on Lipscomb, to be honest.
Bazemar, he's like no.
Bazemore got another crazy behind. Why do you think that he's that? He said Dillard is a PUSS. Why do you think that? Because of the report saying that he got into a fight and cried or whatever the case may be. I mean, we really don't know what really happened. Yeah. I'm not gonna call him that though, because I don't know the man. You know what I mean? You can't call somebody out their name just you don't know what happened. You don't really know the story. You know what I mean? So I can't call him that.
Yeah. Hey, Chris.
So
8:45 p.m. guys.
8:45.
Yeah. Yo, Rhaegar. I'm telling you, man. If you take Rhaegar and Gibson and put them together, not only do you have explosive players you can use on offense with those two, but you got a punt returner and a kick returner. It would immediately change the fate of our special teams play. Those two, I think, would be a really unique pairing.
And that's
hold on, y'all. Look.
By the way, you can make the same argument for Ayuk as well. Ayuk's a pretty good punt returner.
Yeah, come on, man. We know that's not going to happen.
Lawrence,
Lawrence, man.
He said, didn't what's it called take a kicker? John Gruden. He took a kicker with his first.
What if it's David Akers' like nephew or something?
Still no.
I don't give a damn who he is. Hey, Gay City never heard the question. I think he was talking to somebody at that time. But come on, man. No, that ain't. Come on, man. I will never make another video about the Eagles again.
Oh no, Bazemar said, I'm gonna say because I ain't got a YouTube image to think about. Hey, I ain't mad at you. Hey, at the end of the day, us three people or us guys, we always respect everybody's opinion, And again, it's all an opinion, and at the end of the day, there was a reason why Mims was considered even by professional analysts a third-round prospect until they started seeing again what Steve says is how the value around him went up after the big performances at the Combine and the Senior Bowl. But agreed, if the season ended and you asked us this question, we all would have said third round. We wouldn't have put him in the categories. But there's reasons why they're doing it. And again, look at Hollywood Brown. Hollywood Brown the other year was a first-round pick. I mean, he's okay.
All right, guys, let me address something. BYNX 301. All right, guys, listen. You cannot just take a stat like drops and take it out of its context. Not all drops are the same. How are the drops occurring? When you got a guy that will high point the football and take chances on 50-50 balls, of course he's going to register more drops. Not all drops are the same, man.
Who is he talking about? He talking about Reed?
Rhaegar.
Yeah. I gotta say this about
6 different quarterbacks. My man will go up 42 inches for the football. Like, he's gonna have drops.
Yeah. I just want to say this about Rhaegar. You know, I was never that big of a supporter. I thought he was pretty good, but all the time that Gate City talked about him, I started doing more research, and especially to do that KJ Hamler. And I started watching. I just watched games as much as I watch highlights. I mean, more than I watch highlights. I was more surprised just not knowing Rhaegar's tape that he actually. Okay, I heard about his 42-inch vertical, but I mean, I saw a lot of back shoulder phasing for touchdowns inside the 10, which we don't ever see the Eagles offense do. When you look at a guy at 5'11", you do not think back shoulder jump balls, 50-50 balls don't scream he got it, but
yeah,
he does.
I think it would be a huge mistake if the Eagles are in position to get Rhaegar.
I think
it would be I think it would be a huge mistake to let him go, because I think my gut instinct tells me that kid's going to be special.
Charles Smith, breaking news. With the 21st pick, the Philadelphia Eagles select Yadier Gross-Matos out of Penn State.
I was hoping you ain't bring that one up, man. I was just going, be quiet, let him live. Now I gotta get him. Come on, man. Get out of here, Charles, man. We know for a fact when they ain't picking nobody from Duke.
Yo, what was it? The Bucks who took? Was it the Bucks who took that early kicker? I thought it was John Gruden with. Oh yeah, he was with the Bucks, or was he with the Raiders?
How? First of all, what pick was it?
Didn't John Gruden take a kicker in the first round, Sebastian Janikowski or something?
I hope no. I don't know. I don't.
I think someone did do that before, but I don't know who it was. I don't want to say it was someone and it wasn't them, but I do remember something like that happening.
I don't know. I'm gonna Google it though.
I think Janikowski was a high pick. He might have been first round.
Yo, this one's for you. If the Eagles bring in a quarterback to back up Wentz that is not named, not Nate, who's your choice?
Tom Brady.
Wait, what I missed? What happened?
I'm joking.
I know. But yeah, I mean, a lot of them are on the table. But yo, let's get his comment before he leaves real quick. He said this to Kara, so I'm about to put on the screen. You gotta kill me.
Oh, yeah, Mike, you're right. Janikowski was a first round pick.
I told you.
Yeah, 17th overall.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yo, that gotta be, even though he wasn't bad, that gotta be the worst pick ever.
Yeah.
Like, you can't take a kicker in the first. Who?
Philly fan D said John Runyon's son. Any of you watch tape on him, and what's your thoughts? I was actually starting to watch tape on people because I want to do a center offensive line video, but where would you draft him? Or what are your thoughts on him, Gate City?
103, possibly. Recent trends have him, I think, moving up the board, though, into the second round. I just don't think we're in position for him. I don't. Look, I love legacy kids. I do. I love the fact that, it's John Runyon's kid, like all that. But look, man, when you get past the top 5 or 6 offensive tackles, guys, there's a drastic drop off. So
same thing at defensive end. That's crazy that you said that, because I was going to say that a little bit later. Once you get the first 2 defensive ends, the drop off is crazy, man. After Chase Young, and I can't remember the next one, but after that, the drop off is crazy. Like, it's really not a lot of defensive ends in this, yeah. and that kind of scares me too, because we play from the inside and outside. That's really how we draft. So are we going to try to reach? So I don't know, man. I don't know how he's trying to do, but I do know you need to have some. Even if you do get another position other than wide receiver in the first round, as long as you get Carson Wentz some help, man. You can't have Carson Wentz like another Donovan McNabb. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at the receivers that Carson Wentz done had, he really never had a core of wide receivers together for more than a year. You know what I mean? His best core in 2017, you see what he did. But at the same time, it's like you got dudes like coming back and leaving like Matthews. You got dudes that even play with like Dorrell Beckham, Green, Josh Huff. You got dudes like Mike Wallace that only last 1 or 2 games. You got dudes like Deshaun Jackson only last 1 or 2 games. So it's like he really never had a core. And people want to talk about his missed throws and all that. That's because he got to learn a new receiver every darn week. You know, that's something that we got to understand with Carson Wentz, and this organization does too.
Real quick, this question says, do you think there's a legitimacy to the whispers that the Eagles might pick up Patrick Queen in the first round? If he's there at 21 and they're not satisfied, do you think that can happen?
Say it one more time, man.
The question, do you think there's legitimacy to the whispers that the Eagles might pick up Patrick Queen at the 21st pick?
Never say never. but it's been what, 1979 or 1980 something, some around that time frame, guys, since we drafted a linebacker in the first round.
Yeah.
I would say that this is smoke and mirrors.
Like, I'm gonna agree with that. At the end of the day, sometimes you got to go best player available for your first round pick, because you do not want your first round pick to be a bust. I mean, you don't want your second or third round pick to be a bust, but it's even worse when your first round pick is a bust. So that's why when you reach, if you reach for a receiver at 21 who, should have been maybe a late, a 28, a 34th, early second round pick, he becomes a bust, and you really look bad again. But just that position, the way Jim Schwartz only has most of the time in our sub packages 2 linebackers on the field, we just don't value it. But Patrick Queen is an animal. Philly 500, appreciate the super chat. He said, everybody's doing. My guys, great stream. Sub all 3 of these guys up. Look forward to working with you guys. No problem. All day, every day. Appreciate it.
Philly 500, what's going on?
He just did a video about the possibility of Patrick Queen or Kenneth Murray getting picked up by the Eagles at 21.
Yeah.
There was one I saw I wanted to hit, but so Bazemar said Runyon's a 4th round prospect.
See, that's the thing, is I wouldn't get into such certainties, BC Mar, because you don't know how other teams value somebody. Offensive tackles, generally speaking, get overdrafted.
They do.
The black line, I hear you, bro. Real quick, D'Angelo Adams, Quez Watkins, 4.35, second to Henry Ruggs. I do think, we don't go back-to-back receivers. We go receiver first. We go something else with our second. The 3rd round pick around that 3rd, 103, 127. I think he will be available, and I think you can pull him out at that time.
Yeah. Eagles clips. You know what? There was a time I would have made that pick, but I got to be honest with you. I'm hesitant on that now for Ruggs. He's saying give up Rasul Douglas, our 1st round pick, and our 4th round pick, which, by the way, I don't think is enough to move you from 21 to 13. I still think that's a stretch. I think you're going to have to throw in your 2nd round pick as well, or a 1st round pick or a 2nd round pick from the next year's draft to get up that high.
Right.
I'm okay with giving away maybe a 2nd round pick from next year's draft to get up that high, but you just got to be careful with that stuff, man. Like, we got a lot of holes to fill in this team still.
Real quick, so this guy, Natalie said trade back a few slots to say 26, pick up an extra 4th, and draft either Mims or Jalen. I think Gate City is one of the biggest Rhaegar fans, and so I agree. Nelly Poole said new here, so sorry if you already answered that, but his question was this. He just jumped in and he's new. Go ahead. Let's all answer this and get us out of the way, because it is what it is. But before we answer this question, we got 63 people in here. whoever stream you're watching on, all you got, if you can smash that like button, we greatly appreciate it. Just click off the chat, click that thumbs up, come back to the chat. And at the end of the day, if you're not subscribed to the other two people or myself, check a video out after the live stream. If you like what you see, hit that red button. But we appreciate you 100%. But the Eagles are on the clock. They give you guys a phone call. They say, listen, whatever you want, you draft the 21st pick. Just pick your guy. Don't sit, who you taking?
If I have to stay at 21?
Yeah, if we just stay at 21, just say.
So without moving back, number one, it really depends on who's available.
Yeah.
But
that's always the if.
Here's my thing, guys. I think the 21st pick is a weird area because I almost count it as a top 20 pick, basically. If you're talking wide receivers, the only wide receivers, in my opinion, that are worthy of a top 20 pick play the X alignment. T. Higgins or Denzel Mims.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. Me personally, though, I'm moving back. If I can't get my guy, who is Ruggs, we've been stopped talking about him after the Trey Slade, after the Slade trade. I'm probably gonna move back, so I'm probably not gonna be at 21. And Philly 500, I really don't know how many receivers gonna be going in the second round, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna rack up. I think it's gonna be it's a possibility around after we pick about four receivers go in a row. You know what I mean? That's why I would trade back. I feel as though around that 25, 26 area, all the way probably to the end of the first round or going to the second round, I think that about 4 receivers are going to go in a row when you look at the talent.
Real quick, Gate City Sports, answer this question. B-Max said he watched your Antonio Gibson video and he got a question.
He's talking about Ty Montgomery. That's a very good comparison.
Because he does it all too.
Montgomery was a weird in-between kind of receiver / kind of running back guy. I do think that's as close as you're going to get to Gibson. Gibson's a hard guy to do a comparable to. I think he's more athletic. I think he's even more athletic than Ty Montgomery. But I like the creativity of that comp, man. B-Mac, it's a really good creative comp.
Real quick, Philly 500 says, assuming the Eagles don't draft a receiver in the first, how many receivers do you guys believe go before we get to pick again at 53? If we stayed at 53 and didn't end up moving up then. Like a ballpark number. Like you think.
Ooh. So between 20 and 53 or just overall in the draft from the beginning of the draft to 53?
Just the beginning, yeah.
So,
I mean,
all right, let's just run through them. Judy, Lamb, Ruggs, clearly top 3, clearly top 20 picks. Past that, I think you get into some weird territory. So, do you guys believe the hype that Justin Jefferson is going to go top 20? Or do you think that's a stretch?
That's a stretch.
Stretch? So where would you put him? Would you put him back of the first round or around 21 to 24?
Around 21 to 24.
Okay.
I think he'll be there.
So Justin Jefferson, right? Mm-hmm. All right, so you got what? Green Bay, New Orleans, a few other teams picking, Minnesota, who need wide receivers. So who would be your next guy up after Jefferson? Mims?
Yes.
You think Mims is gone?
I think Mims is gone.
Mims, that's 5. So we probably haven't even gotten to Green Bay or New Orleans yet. Do you think there's a possibility that those two teams might skip receiver?
No, I got a boy who's a Saints fan, and Rieger's right in there. I think if Rieger goes off the board, it's to the Saints.
Yeah, thank you. My fear too, which would piss me off greatly.
Because that's my whole thing of saying that if he doesn't go at the end of the first round, he's probably going to go in the top 10 picks, 15 picks of the second, and that's still be for us.
Rieger makes 6, or Rhaegar makes 6. So Green Bay, do you guys think Green Bay skips a wide receiver?
They need one badly after Devontae Adams. You saw when Devontae Adams
Me personally, I really had them taking for some reason, I don't know why, but I got them taking Laviska Shenault.
Laviska Shenault, I like that one. Do you think his injury might hold that back though? Shenault.
Say it again.
Do you think Shenault's injury might hold them back from making that pick?
Could.
I don't know. I don't think it's like a see,
it's a core muscle, right? It's a core muscle injury, I thought.
Right. But with this quarantine thing, it's hard. You can't bring a guy in. You know what I mean? So it's hard. That's what's really going to get goofy with this draft. Everything is going to be on video. You can't. You could talk to them, but you can't really see, and you can't really have the workouts. You know what I mean? So a lot of dudes might not.
So we're already at 7 receivers, and we haven't left the first round.
Yeah, and see, you got the people who.
Go ahead, Mike.
Now I was just saying, D'Angelo Adams said 6 to 7 guys in like maybe the first.
Where do you guys think the receivers pick back up again? I don't think it goes. I don't think they're going to go in the first 10 picks of the second round unless teams start trading up to go get them.
It's going to be more than six or 7 picks.
So where do you guys think it starts again? Do you think Oakland might take one in the second round?
Oakland definitely taking one.
If they don't take one in the first, right?
Yeah.
So Oakland, who do you think Oakland would target?
What I'm saying is they're going to take one out of one of them picks.
Do you think Oakland might target Ayuk? Where would you guys go at Oakland? There's Higgins. There's Ayuk.
I mean, they could probably get Pittman or Rhaegar. For real.
Well, we already projected Rhaegar to be gone to the Saints.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, to the Saints.
Oh, yeah, to the Saints. Right.
So I think Ayuk could end up with the Raiders if they don't pick receiver in the first round, and they got 2 picks. Let me just check, though. Let me make sure the Raiders even have a second-round pick. Let me look up the draft positioning.
Probably, if they do, probably Michael Pittman. That's a guy that we really don't talk about, but I feel as though he's very, very talented. So, yeah, probably Michael Pittman.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. So a lot of people were getting it. A lot of people were throwing their comments about, guys, how many receivers come off the board before we get back to 53? Some people said 10 to 15. Some people said 11. Some people said 9. Some people said a couple of them. Philly 500 has it at, we're talking about 8 to 10 receivers going by the time we pick again. We cannot take a receiver in the first. Everyone knows it. We cannot.
I agree.
Yeah.
We cannot take a wide receiver in the first, and everyone knows it. Are you saying we can't take a
I think he's saying that we cannot not take a receiver.
Yeah.
Oh,
and I would agree.
Okay, we can't not. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And it's crazy that you said that 500.
Now, hold up, guys. Hold up. One thing. Oakland does not have a second-round pick, so my hunch was right that they don't have a second-round pick. Hey, BC Mar, that ain't going to work for Oakland, bro. They've been leading the league in drop passes. Like, I think the stat is that what's his name? Their quarterback,
Derek Carr.
Carr's had more drop passes than any quarterback. Like, they're gonna have to go upgrade it. But see, you're okay. So BC Mar's projecting they take Judy.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is remove Oakland out of the way anyways, just because Oakland they don't even have a second-round pick. But I think the real key is how many teams in the 40s. So you got Tampa Bay, you got Indianapolis, right? You got those type of teams coming back around again. I think legitimately, you can have 9 to 10 guys already gone by the 21st pick. I think you might be stuck at that point with the best player left on your board at that point might be Hamler.
That's rough. So yeah. A lot of people are saying about early double digits. So between that 8 to 14 receivers come off the board before 53, and so
I think if you can trade back and gain an early second-round pick, along I'm saying you can add like an early second-round pick with a third-round pick, then I think the Eagles could definitely go back-to-back on receivers. I could see that happening, but yeah, man, if you miss, you're in trouble. If you get too far back in the draft where you can't get a guy, you are in a lot of trouble in terms of the receiver class. Like, you're going to have to get creative.
The black line, You think
What would you
Laviska?
guys take it? Who's the 11th receiver in your opinion? Do you think that they completely bypass a guy like Hamler? And do you start looking at more guys like Van Jones, maybe Michael Pittman Jr.,
I mean, they're more do-it-all
Isaiah
receivers.
Hodgins? Do you think any of them guys might jump Hamler? Because if you look at a guy like Michael Pittman Jr., he is an X. X receivers are harder to find. They are. Do you guys think he might jump him?
He could, yeah.
Go ahead.
Could jump KJ Hamler in the draft. Michael Pittman Jr.
Yeah, a team that is decimated at wide receiver is not going to want KJ Hamler to be that guy who's going to get, because he's not going to be a 75, 80 catch ball kind of guy. So you want, you want your guy to be that. You want KJ Hamler as a complementary piece to your offense because of his, upsize and explosiveness. But you don't want him to be that guy who's going to have to try to catch 75 balls for you in a season.
Yeah, bro, it would get crazy if you miss, man, because if you miss, it gets real quick.
Philly 500 is
12th and 19th, Philly 500, I think. The 12th and 19th pick, I want to say.
Yeah.
Charles Smith, you would take Antonio Gandon Goldie as high as the 53rd pick, though? I don't dislike him, Charles, but, man, that's pretty high up there. He's been climbing. I'll give you credit. He's been climbing draft boards, but that seems really high for him.
Hey, a guy that we really don't talk about because I think he broke his foot like before the last in the last game of the season or something like that is Brian Edwards. What y'all think about him?
Who? South Carolina.
Yeah.
Really good football player.
Very, 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 very good. And nobody has really talked about that guy.
It's a shame he broke his foot.
Yeah, he broke his foot. I think the last game of the season. He didn't play the bowl game or something. But yeah, he's a very, very good player. And because of the broken foot, he went from top 10 or top 5 or top 10 to not even being speaked about anymore.
Yo, Gate City, maybe he didn't hear you when you answered that question. But
T-Mac, yeah. I said I like the creativity of that comp. I do. I think there is some comparison there, but I think Antonio Gibson is a more athletic version of Ty Montgomery. I do think he's a more athletic player, but I do like that comparison because there is some similarity. Yeah,
and you compared him to
the younger Ty Montgomery when he was with Green Bay, not the current.
He's with the Jets now, yeah. But you compared him in your video to the Jimmy Samuels, the Steelers dude.
Yeah. He reminds me a lot of Jalen Samuels, especially what J-Sam did in college. J-Sam was an H-back, guys. He would take a handful of carries in a football game, maybe 3 to 4 carries in a game, but he was mostly used as a receiving back. And I got to be honest with you, Gibson is a lot better football player. He's a lot more explosive than J-Sam is.
Hey, ammo needed. LOL. I don't know what perfect world you living in, but that's not happening.
I'm about to get to that one. But boy BRU says, or boy bruh says, how do you feel about T. Higgins? That's I want to say that's a guy that I haven't talked about in my videos much yet, but I want to do a video solely on him. I think people are sleeping on him a lot. The dude is a really good all-around receiver. A lot of people have questions about like his explosiveness, maybe speed-wise, but dude is a complete receiver. He's a guy who can come in and contribute right away. I know Gate City's big on him too, as well.
Yeah. T. Higgins, I think, is the most underrated wide receiver in this draft class.
Underappreciated. I give him underappreciated.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You definitely right about that.
D'Angelo Adams, who's slow? Who was the guy you were saying that was slow?
You might be talking about Edwards, guy I was talking about. I think he sent that comment around that time.
I say the Eagles get Ruggs and bag Anthony Gannon, Golden, and Patrick Queens. Yeah, that'd be really hard to do. That'd be.
But how do you? But see, here's my thing though with that. How do you bag Ruggs and still have the draft capital to go get Patrick Queen?
Yeah, that's
we all know
otherworldly hard.
Hey, what's up to you too, though, Ammo?
Boy, bro. Just to finish that answer, man, I like T. Higgins a lot. It makes me a little weird in terms of projecting him because I don't know the Eagles are completely done with J.J. Arcega-Whiteside as the future X receiver. So, and T. Higgins is definitely a traditional X.
Real quick,
Charles Smith, I like Van Jefferson, bro.
Yeah, Van Jefferson is a good guy. Tyler Johnson from Minnesota, I like him too.
I'm lukewarm on Tyler Johnson. It's not that I don't like him, Charles, but I need more. I've watched 2 games on him, and I'm still not completely sold on him yet. I need to see more. I still need to see more to get a definitive feel for him.
Yo, Philly Fresh, this is for you.
Yeah, I know. I see it. Not really, because I feel as though is Jefferson a better player than Mims? It's very debatable. But they play 2 different positions, and we need an X. We need an X. We don't need somebody in the middle. We don't need a slot guy. I'm not saying we don't need him, but we need an X more than a slot guy. So just because of positions, maybe he can play on the outside. Jefferson, but I just think Mims is more explosive. So I would have to take Mims, man. I just would. I'm mad that I can't take Jefferson too, though, but it's really right there. But I gotta take Mims over Jefferson. Real
quick, let me say this: what's a live stream without someone offering Zach Ertz in a trade package?
It's got.
Hey, I mean,
I had barbershop conversations. Just dudes spitballing and saying stuff. And when I say these things about Zach Ertz, people are so in love with him because of the things that he do. Shout out Rock Lee. But the things that he has done. But it's going to have to come a time that you want to get rid of a player before a year before is too soon than a year after. You know what I mean? Like, so it's one day that we're going to have the departure from Zach Ertz. You wanted to be, as an organization, you wanted to be on your terms and not really on his terms. So what I'm saying is, like, trading Zach Ertz is not out of the question to me, man. Especially when you already have somebody, especially when you already have somebody that can take and is ready. I feel as though, it's debatable, but I feel as though Dallas Goedert is ready to be your number 1 tight end.
Yeah.
All right. Goodman O. That's funny, bro. Did you really think we would confuse him with the singer?
But Rockley, appreciate the super chat. Better sleeper wide receiver, Lynn Bolden or John Hightower? I probably rock with Bolden. How about you?
Better sleeper?
Ooh, you're going deep, bro. That's a deep. Yeah, that's real deep, man. It's not fair because I haven't done as much film study on Bowden, but right now Hightower, I'm a little more involved with, so I'm a little more familiar with. But I won't say yet, man, because I don't think it's fair to really, project guys until you really get a chance to look at the film on them.
Who you got Philly Fresh out of them two?
I go Bolden. I'm with you. I haven't, but like Gate City said, like Steve said, man, I really haven't done too much due diligence. I seen some highlights, but from what I've seen, I would have to probably go Bolden.
Philly 500 says I like T. Higgins, but I would like him if we had more speed at the other wide receiver positions. And so that's where we're stuck. We're a team that was desperately needed speed last year. So it's hard to get another guy who's going to be not a vertical threat when we know that is what we need, even though we don't know how much we can count on Deshaun Jackson. But like, again, if you ask the Kansas City Chiefs who they want, they got a guy like Tyreek Hill. So they're going to want that, that X dude like this. That's why they went out and got Sammy Watkins. They got Sammy Watkins for a reason because they needed a guy. He's fast too, but you got to get the guys. You got to get things that complement the other players. the Saints. They got their possession guy, Michael Thomas. They're looking for a speed guy. But now you got a team that has 2 speed guys. You want that complimentary go
if,
up.
but in Higgins' defense, if Djax is healthy for one season,
It would
you're
work.
going to have the other speed on the field to open it up for him. And Higgins is a deep play guy. I mean, the kid averaged damn near 20 yards of reception. But I do get what Philly 500 is saying. If you're projecting young weapons around Wentz, we lack it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside's not that guy. Like, we do lack it. I mean, it's true.
I agree. Real quick, Donald Green, appreciate you guys. Appreciate the new the sub. Goes good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, appreciate it. Hey, listen, but hey, Steve, real fast though, do you really think that Deshaun is going to play 16 games? You know, and the playoffs. You know what I mean? I feel as though he's going to miss at least 3 games. That's just how it is.
Man, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I mean, 34. He's going to be 34 by season end. 34-year receivers' bodies break down. I mean, I'd be foolish to say like, yeah, 100%, bro. All 16 in the playoffs. Like, I mean, hopefully the Eagles would be smart and even shut him down themselves a little bit.
Right. But you need, you, like you said though, you need speed to do that, to be able to, you know, not use him as much. You know what I mean? So if you can get speed on the outside at the X and the Y, oh yeah, you definitely. Now I ain't gonna say definitely, but you probably can have him 16 games because you're not playing as much snaps as he would.
Amit, or I don't think I said that right, man. I'm sorry, guys, but I know you. I know you probably weren't referring to. In Dallas Goedert's defense, Dallas Goedert was injured that game. He dropped the pass in the end zone, and Zach Ertz drops passes too. To be fair, Dallas Goedert concerns me more with the fumbles than the drop passes.
Everybody drops passes, man.
Yeah.
My only thing with Dallas Goedert is the fumbling, because he fumbled a couple times. You know what I mean? But he fumbles trying to get extra yards.
Exactly.
And I feel as though that's something that I mean, you know, it's a gift and a curse with that, because we don't have no yak when it comes to Ertz. He probably at the lowest tier in yak yards in the league. So, but when you got Dallas Goedert, he really tries to fight, and you know, it's a gift and a curse with that. Sometimes, you know, you got plays like the Dallas game 2 years ago when his helmet got ripped off, and he spun off the guy, and they called him for pass interference. I don't understand how, but anyway, they called him for pass interference. You got plays like that. And you got plays like the Dallas game last year when he tries to run and he gets stripped. It's a gift and a curse.
Hey, Joey Z, if it's any consolation, back in like December, I was so anti Jalen Reagor and T. Higgins until listen, T. Higgins, it wasn't because of his play. I just don't like Clemson. I'm an NC State guy. I don't like Clemson. So I was anti T. Higgins because he played for Clemson, period. And then I got around to watching their film, and I had to admit, man, they were way better than I thought. Both of them. You know, I'll admit, Joey Z, what scared me at first with T. Higgins was the drop in production. When you see a guy go from like 70, 80 receptions down to like 40 or 50, you're thinking like, damn, was he injured? What happened? And then I found out about the quarterback play. Then I turned on the film and I saw like just how bad the quarterback play was, and it made a little more sense. Not to mention, teams got smart, man. They start rolling their coverages when they know you really only got one player that can break the game open.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think we all change our mind on guys as we get more familiar with them.
Definitely.
I was really down on T. Higgins, bro. I hated T. Higgins with passion.
And speaking of changing your mind, what do you guys think about Devin Duvernay as a mid-round pick?
Man, I still hate that dude. No, I'm kidding. Look, Devin Duvernay's an interesting guy to me. I do think there's a little Manuel Sanders to him. Big, strong guy. He looks like a running back in the open field. I'm a little concerned with his catch radius, though. I think he's better at tracking the ball than some of the other prospects I've watched film on, but I'm not too sure that he always has the biggest catch radius. So,
and it's crazy that you said the running back thing, because during the combine, They was talking about him moving to the running back.
Oh, were they really?
Yeah, they really was. Like him and another guy, but I can't remember the other guy. But yeah, last year he had a heck of a year. I think he had like 1,300 yards, 9 touchdowns, something like that. I like him, but he doesn't fit with us.
Yeah.
Not for what we need.
Yo, real quick, I don't know why I actually clicked off. Where is it now?
Goodman O.
Yeah.
Hey, look, bro. I think you missed it, man. We were talking about Brian Edwards earlier. Philly Fresh brought him up. Philly Fresh is pretty big on this kid. I like this kid a lot, but he broke his foot. So I don't know where to place this kid in terms of rounds. Without the broken foot, to me, he's a second, end of the second round, beginning of the third round type talent. With a broken foot, I don't know. I don't know where to place him. I got a feeling because he couldn't run at the combine, he couldn't do a pro day, and he's got a broken foot as the injury. That's likely going to drop him pretty big. So if he's there in the fourth round, I mean, I don't know, man. I got a feeling we're going to get beat up in the comments on that one because people are going to be like, haven't we learned our lessons about drafting injured players?
Yeah.
But I got to be real with you, man. His film is pretty good.
So yeah, Philly 500 says 25 million over the cap, and Ertz wants big money, and he's 29.
Right.
Didn't we draft Goddard for eventually replacing Ertz? It will happen in 2 years anyways, I think.
I agree.
Right. We got to understand. See, we're not really taking a hit right now from Carson Wentz. I think it's like 18 million or something like that. But we got to understand the next 2 years is 34 million. So we're taking a big hit. So and then we still got dudes like Fletcher Cox, $100 million man. You know what I mean? So somebody has to go, man.
I see
we didn't put ourselves in a position that like the Rams did, but sooner or later somebody got to go.
This is the only Clemson player ever allowed to have a jersey in my house.
Oh, man. There you go with the Clemson stuff, man.
Oh, Philly 500 also said, "Oh man, I was gonna give Gate City a super chat. He has to turn that feature on for next time."
I appreciate you, Philly 500. Yeah, I'm still going through the process of getting it monetized, man.
Yeah, so YouTube been really slacking. I know when I hit over 1,000 subscribers, for me to be able to do community posts, to go live on a mobile device, and for me to get super chats, they slacking, bro. They take a while. You probably almost get to 2K before they ready to do that for you. You know what I mean?
Well, I think everything going on with COVID-19, I think they're, you know what I'm saying? I think they're down to essential personnel.
Yeah, but Mike had that before all that. Before that.
Yeah, mine was like this. Mine was like this. I think I crossed 1K probably either at the end of December or January-ish.
Let me look it up real quick and see where it's at.
They trash though.
Yeah, they take a while. Yeah, it's still in progress.
Philly 500, ever since I seen your take about Ertz, I'm starting to agree more and more.
Yeah, it's a hard to look. I don't think anyone wants to give away Ertz, and like no one disputes the type of player he is, but it's a business at the end of the day. It sucks, man, because you lose players you really like and you think represent the city well, but I mean, even Dawkins left at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's sad when you see these guys go, but I mean, it happens.
That was stupid. That was only over like a million or two. That was stupid, man. That was real stupid.
Let me see if I can't make people angry. Duvernay going to be the biggest bust of the draft. I'm not coming around on Duvernay, guys. I wasn't a huge Duvernay guy then, and I was talking with Mike, and Mike kept pushing him on me. I was like, all right, man, I'm going to go watch film on this dude. So I finally watched this film. He's good. I mean, I think third, fourth round is, yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me.
Rock Lee said, am I the only one that thinks Jamar Chase would be the best wide receiver if he was in this year's draft?
Say what now? Oh, Jamar Chase, yeah, he's going to be a beast. Next year, yeah, he'll be a beast, bro. He's a lot of teams are going to want him. I don't think we'll be in position to draft him.
We shouldn't. We should be
the 32nd pick.
Philly, who's going to be your next wide receiver comparison video? I'm not sure. I'll probably throw a community poll up tomorrow and let y'all pick.
See, look at Charles. Now I hope we draft Higgins just so you have to cheer for a Tiger.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
You know, he said, "Now I hope we draft Higgins." So, you know, next you know, maybe 5-10 years from now, it'll be Clemson. The Eagles will be a whole Clemson team. Gate City will be hating that.
Hey, where did Charles go to school?
I don't know. I know he's a Duke fan.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Duke.
Two times
okay.
right. Y'all trying to save money to pay who though? I think that's with the Ertz thing. Like, who we trying to pay?
Hey, 2 times. We only got 36 players or 38 players under contract for next year. You got to have 51 to count against your cap.
We're trying to pay everybody. We're trying to be under the cap and be able to bring veteran players in.
Look, guys, we will find a way. Look,
that's
$25 million is not going to prevent us from. Obviously, we're going to make ends meet to get to $25 million. There are certain cap tricks you can do. All right, you can defer a certain percentage of cap space, but the way the league works is that when you take all the teams, it has to average a certain percentage of the cap space used. If you keep doing that and you're spending your cap money correctly, then you may ask the league to defer some of your cap space from one year to another. Some people calling it rolling it over. I don't like that term personally because that's not really what's happening, because you can get refused for it. But nonetheless, that'll be one way, right? League revenue. Which, let's be real, we could take a hit this year. They're talking about the NFL will play games, but we don't know if there will be fans in the stadium. We could take a hit, or it could be great in terms of the TV revenue. We don't know. But that plays into your cap space, right? Because that creates additional cap. We might restructure a handful of guys. But when you look at someone like Ertz, if he's saying he wants top of the market money, you better beat Kelsey and you better beat Kittle to market. Because if they beat the Eagles to market on those 2 guys, I think that fate is sealed. I don't think we'd be able to pay them.
Yeah. The way it goes now, that, you know, it's not so much if you're better than these guys. It's like it's when your turn to get paid. If you didn't do it early, like, you know, Goff's not better than Wentz. We all know that. We all believe and know that Dak Prescott's not better. But it's, you know, it's when you get your deal done. You know, it's not even about who's better anymore. It's about next man up gets, you know, another bigger payday for some reason. Yeah.
Charles Smith. My uncle was IBU 313.
Word, though. He said, "I shout out to all my local unions." Yeah. Word. This is a good one. What is your take on Clowney?
He's
being
a clown.
still out?
Huh? I don't know, man. He's not a permanent fix. We're not going to have the money to pay him what he wants to be paid, even if he takes a 1-year deal this year. So, I mean, you're putting a Band-Aid on it for a season, but I think we need a more permanent fix than that.
Philly 500 says, everyone has us getting Jefferson to the point where I feel like it's smokescreen. If the top 3 are off the board, I take Mims at 21 or trade back and then takes Mims, a Ewig, or Rieger. Then I'll trade up in the second and take a Ewig, one of the same, Rieger, a Ewig, or Mims. Yeah, in my last video, I did a player comparison and Jalen Rieger versus KJ Hamler. And like I said, Rieger's a guy who I could see going early in the second-ish. You know, he's a top, maybe top 12, top 13 in the second. And so I think it's more beneficial if them 3 guys are off the board. Of course, we didn't move up in the first. It's more beneficial for us to move up in the second. It's easier to do, and you can still get the combination of what you're kind of saying. The Mims, a Ewig, Riegers. If you pick one of these guys later in the first and then move up in the second, or however you can get done, you get 2 out of these guys, 2 of these 3 guys, and I think we're feeling pretty good about our receiving corps.
Yeah.
What I missed?
I don't know. I mean, Philly 500. Are you 100% sold on the Eagles going back-to-back on wide receiver?
Philly 500 says you go 3 receivers back to back.
Yeah, I get, but I'm saying, like, Not
Yeah.
what we would. I agree with him. I would go back to back as well. If it was my decision, I would as well.
Me too.
Unless the guys aren't there. I mean, always have a plan B or plan C. But in
Yeah.
an ideal world, I would go back to back as well. But I mean, are we really sold that Howie Roseman in the front office is going to do that? I mean, I have some doubts there, man. I want them to, but you know, we do stupid things.
He just said simply put. Yeah, I agree. Philly 500 coming out of 2 of the 3 would be really good. Nate Satterfield said, "You think Alshon will prove everyone wrong? I feel like he will shut a lot of people up this year."
He's not going to play this year.
He'll
I highly
play.
doubt he plays.
He'll play at the end of
You
the
think
year.
not play at all? Not even in the middle of the season?
Here's the thing. If you already spent a high draft round pick, now let's just mind you already got JJ Arcega-Whiteside. All right. If you go and you get a Denzel Mims, a T. Higgins, another type of X, a Chase Claypool, Brian Edwards, insert X receiver, right? You're already mid-October to November by the time he gets back on the field. Are you really going to, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I can see a case where you would bring him back in if you're truly in the hunt and he's still the better player, which I do think he would be. But at the same time, I can see the Eagles saying, we're not going to mess up team chemistry again, and we're going to roll with what we got.
But also, could you see us using him to show value of why someone should trade for him then? Because think about it this way. He's on the book. He's on the book. He's on the book until 2022, right? I mean, he's supposed to play this year, 2020 and 2021. So he comes back week 8. Say we're in the contender part. We use him sparingly. What that does is it keeps him from getting more injuries. It keeps him from getting banged up. You can use him in the red zone and sparingly to show his worth that at the end of the season, his contract is now more favorable. And plus he showed production. We might be able to knock him off for something really pretty decent then, a 3rd round pick. If he comes in and plays the remainder 8 games solid, no injuries, no crybabyiness, there goes us being able to move him better.
Man, it's tough because I still think Alshon has capabilities, but at the same time, man, it's really hard to ignore the fact that the team played better when he left the lineup. It could have been coincidence, guys. I'm not saying it wasn't pure coincidence in the decision that Doug Peterson rolled over. He devolved some of his play calling responsibility into the hands of Carson Wentz. He allowed Carson Wentz to have more control at the line of scrimmage. That could be what happened more so. But it doesn't look good of when it occurred. You guys get what I'm saying? It's the image of it more than the actuality of it.
No, you absolutely right. And not only that, with the locker room situation and all that, it's going to be hard to get rid of him. But my thing is, what kind of person are you? Meaning, are you the type of person that's going to be like, I'm going to prove all the doubters wrong? Or are you going to be the type of person that be like, man, I got paid. I'm getting paid no matter what. What you going to do with me? You know what I mean? So we're really going this year. I feel as though he probably missed 7 to 8 games. But we're going to see what type of person Alshon Jeffrey really is, man. Because once you come on, you're not, depending on who we draft, you might not even be a starter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we'll probably be paying $26 million for a backup.
Yeah.
Depending on who we draft. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Charles Smith. Real quick, Philly 500.
I see you, Charles.
The super chat again, and I agree when it comes to what we want to do and what he wants to do is a totally different thing. But
hold on, Charles. Man, Charles, my NC State hat ain't in here, bro.
It still stinks.
Appreciate the super chat. A good way to get Gate City.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to leave this up for a while. No, I'm just
bro. Hey, Charles, the over-under came in for NC State this year in football, bro. Now we out there looking like Duke, bro. They're talking about 4.5, man. Come on. They got us out there looking like Duke. We just
4.5 games.
yeah, bro. We lost Ryan Finley and some of our receivers. We don't look the same.
I do want to say that.
Is he saying the collective bargaining agreement?
Yeah, that comes into play with being able to move to eat some of that money, spread it out and all that stuff. It does play in the better of the organization being able to take a hit if they would need to with a guy like Alshon or whatnot. I saw one I was going to say.
Pio 908. Seeing how I titled my video that, I'd be a little hypocritical to then. I'd be a hypocrite, guys, if I said now. I think he's one of them. I think you can make that case with Denzel Mims. I think you can make that case with Jalen Reagor. I think that, I think he's in there too, Chase Claypool. I think there's a handful of guys that are boom or bust.
Hey, Jeff Holland. Yes, I do. I think that Sidney Jones can be a number 2. He always had the potential. He just didn't apply it, or he was just hurt. Me personally, I did a video about this. I want to say a week ago. I think he needs to get in the weight room, and he has taken the initiative to work out with a guy. I can't remember the guy's name, man. I don't know why, but he took it upon himself to work out with somebody this off season that works out with a lot of dudes that's locked down corners. And with Slade being on the other side, hopefully Slade travels with the best receiver, and Sidney Jones doesn't have to be put in the blender like that. Hopefully he won't be barbecue chicken. So I think Sidney Jones can be your number 2.
Yeah, I want to stress that out as well. Like, you got to remember, a lot of these times that like Avonte Maddox and or Sidney Jones was getting super cooked, it was games where before Jalen Mills was back, with Ronald Darby being hurt, when you had Sidney Jones and or Avonte Maddox having to play the number 1 receiver, that's a equation to ask. Now, now again, let's just go back to the Packers game where Devontae Adams was on my season-long fantasy team and dropped like 32 fantasy points against the Eagles. Got me a dub that week. But at the end of the day, I mean, if Slade's there, Slade's following him, and now you got Sidney Jones and Devontae Maddox playing guys like Lazaro and Allison, and they're going to fare much better against these guys.
Right.
Good point.
Right.
Well, I think the good thing is you play a guy like Devontae Adams who plays every damn position. He plays he plays every alignment as a wide receiver. You can take a guy like Darius Slay and say, follow him.
That's where Jim Schwartz comes in at. And I said this a week ago. You cannot play your regular defense to where though, I got this guy on the right side, I got this guy on the left side, and you just stay there. You're gonna put it back up, that's funny. And you just stay there. No, you have to make sure that Slade follows the best receiver every single down when he's on the field. That's point blank period.
Jeff Holland. I'm not sure that's going to be reality yet. I think that Howie Roseman wants Sidney Jones to be the number 2 cornerback. I think Jim Schwartz prefers Avonte Maddox. So I don't know. I mean, I think they're both going to play because if you're carrying Darius Slay everywhere, that means both of them are going to play on the outside at some point. So hard to say.
He said, I like Sidney Jones. I hope he can make the impact we need him to make. I agree.
What's up, 444 Philly fan?
Yeah. I think the Eagles are going to be getting Ruggs. Hey, that's Philly 500. He says on
all right. Hold on, Eagles chant. So what package are you putting together to get Ruggs? Because he won't be there at 21. So what are you putting together to move up to possibly 13 to get Ruggs?
Hang on. Good question, by the way. Wait up. There's someone keeps putting that. Hang on. I saw it. Let me try to find it for him. Somebody kept asking that one question. I'm trying to find it for him.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. Hey, Muhammad. To be short, I don't know because we only know the seniors. We don't know who else is going to declare.
Mm-hmm. I saw a question here too, saying about do we think that Chase Claypool is probably the biggest boomer bust guy in this draft, where It's just, you know, he can either be one of the best or one of the worst.
Mhm.
Like you were saying. All right, I'll be right there.
Hey, Jameer McNeil, top 3 pro-ready receivers in the draft? That's a difficult question, bro. Jerry Jeudy, because of the way he runs his routes. I think T. Higgins is very much pro-ready. Ooh. Those are the 2 I would probably bet my money on being pro-ready. I don't know, man. I think you can make an argument for CeeDee Lamb, but I think the third, if you're going 3 guys, I think you can interchange a lot of players there. I really do. I think Justin Jefferson could be made an argument for it, being pro-ready.
Oh yeah, I think and that's what I'm saying. Like, in my whole thing on Jefferson versus Mims, I think Jefferson's more pro-ready. I just think, although there's upsides with Jefferson, if you can play him more at the X, Mims has the higher upside just off, their tape.
Yeah.
But Jefferson's more pro-ready. But Edwin Solano said, listening to you guys makes me doubt Howie.
Hey, Edwin, Howie's out there printing T-shirts for all the Eagle fans for the draft class. He's going to say, trust the process.
Okay, here.
What could go wrong?
Wait, when the charger ready?
Okay, go ask
All right,
Mama.
I'll give you guys a fun one. I'll give you all a fun one.
Well, I'm not doing it right now.
Give me the most disastrous scenario that can happen.
Give me the game. Give me this.
What is the worst thing that could happen?
Right.
How could Howie mess this up?
Go over there. Go ahead. Let me just.
What you think, Mike?
I actually didn't hear what was going on. I'm trying to get the Switch controller off for him.
I get the controller.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
Jalen Williams. I like T. Higgins a lot. I was saying doomsday scenario in the first round for the Eagles. How can the Eagles mess it up?
Oh, shoot!
I promise. Now I'm really ready. Say it one more time.
How do the Eagles mess up the first round, bro? What do they do?
By going offensive line.
Offensive line.
I think that's a bad idea for the simple fact that it's not it's a need. Like if you grab the a guy who's gonna not be able to start right away, because who would he start over? But I think even it's rough to really mess up the draft for me. Is probably offensive line, because at the end of the day, do I really want a DN in the first round? No, but a dirty pass rush is a dirty pass rush. It goes a long way.
Did you see Win Damier's comment?
What, Eagles trade back? Which one?
Right there, the one you were reading.
All right. Eagles trade back, get more picks, and end up missing out on the top 10, 12 receivers. And it ends up like 2017 running back draft again.
Yeah, I can see that.
Again, if we go receiver, even if it's not the guy there's so many guys that I like. Might not be my first.
Drafting a defensive tackle.
Oh my God, yeah.
Jameer McNeil, I could see us going for defensive end as well.
Yeah, that's something that's in Howie's blood. He just loves the defensive end. He loves the D line in general. So, real quick. PAO 1908, I appreciate you. Yeah, I had to get the Switch controller off for him. He wasn't going to leave me alone until I did it. But yeah,
hey, Holmes, I'll tackle this question for you because I've tackled it previously. Listen, I've known Moss for a while, okay?
Oh, which one?
Moss played his senior year of football down here at a school just outside of Charlotte, okay? He came out of a very good coaching tree down there. He's had a lot of good coaches. He went to school at NC State before LSU. He had very good coaching. Faulkner was his coach at NC State, who's now with Pittsburgh. That was his positional coach, Eddie Faulkner. The kid's got a lot of good coaching. His father's Randy Moss. Obviously, all that. The kid can make spectacular plays. Don't mix that up. This kid is an athletic freak when it comes to elevating and going and getting the football. I will say this about him. At times, he can let his emotions get the best of him, and he doesn't always play with the same intensity every down. There's a round in a grade for him that I think makes sense. But I do get scared that people will turn his film on and see some of the acrobatic plays this kid's capable of making and might fall in love with him and take him way too high. I'm hoping that's not the Eagles. That would be my thoughts on Thaddeus Moss.
I agree with that. Jalen Williams says, "How do y'all feel about if we take in a popular wide receiver option at 21 other than Mims and trade up to like 43 or 47 for T. Higgins?"
I like that.
Yeah.
If you can get T. Higgins in that area, yeah. I mean, Jalen, like I said, I think if you're going to take, and I know you're not talking about top 20, but the only receivers that I think are worth a top 20 pick play the X alignment. Those are the only guys I think that are worth that. Now, I understand that people can make rational and reasonable arguments to say the NFL is changing. Me and Mike talked about this not long ago, about how the NFL is changing and how slot receivers slot receivers play a lot of snaps now. So it's not like the 1990s when you have Michael Irvin out there. But I still just feel like X receivers, because when you play the X, you're playing mostly on the boundary side. So you're playing in shorter windows. It's a different skill set, in my opinion. So, yeah, I like T. Higgins. I like Denzel Mims. I like both of them. I think T. Higgins is the better player right now, if I want to be honest. I think Denzel Mims is the guy that has the higher ceiling.
And I agree with that. Tyler Hartley, Eagles apparently just interviewed Patrick Queen.
Guys, I'll say this. I'm not going to be mad at the Eagles draft linebacker because that would definitely be a shock and something different from the ordinary. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah. Higgins is too slow. We need explosive players with speed.
Higgins isn't too slow, man. You need to go watch his film.
Yeah. I mean, 2020 Visions was just putting up some of his, his catches, He has a bunch of over 30 yards, and 30 yards was hard to get by any of our receivers last year. He's good.
Hey, get the charges.
Okay, shut the door on the way out. Shut the door.
Okay.
Antonio Holmes, that would be my concern too, is that Higgins might not make it that long.
Yeah.
I would be concerned about that then. I would be concerned too about that. But if he's there, yeah, I would definitely take him in the 40s. All right, so hang on. Someone had a pretty you caught it.
Would you guys rather
trade up in the first for the top 3 wide receivers or trade up in the second for Ayuk, Rhaegar, and Higgins? If I can guarantee I'm going to get one of them 3, yes. Trade up in the second. It costs you a lot less to move up that way. It depends, man. Like, I don't know, man. It's a hard question, guys. Ruggs is a difference maker. I'm going to tell you that. But I'll be honest with you. In a draft, I can walk away with Higgins and Ayuk or Higgins and Rhaegar. I'll take it.
Correct. Again, if
I can walk out of the draft with Justin Jefferson and Higgins, Justin Jefferson and Rhaegar, Justin Jefferson and Ayuk, I'd take it.
Mm-hmm. I agree 100%. And in my video, the KJ Hamler comparison video, I talked about it's probably more beneficial for us to get a guy and try to trade up in the second where you can get that Rhaegar or Higgins who's probably going to fall in the top 45 picks. Top 45 picks is, where we would need to trade up to most likely. Charles Smith, wait a minute. I'm here. I'm in here changing Pampers. I miss spelling words. I'm just not on camera.
Hey, Eagles champ won, bro.
Hey,
I'm going to give you a pass on this one, but you need to fact check yourself because you're wrong. Higgins did not run at the combine, and he damn sure did not run a 4.56.
He said where I thought this one you're talking about?
Yeah. No. Go up. 4.43 is terrible, bro.
Wait, 4.43 is what Jefferson ran.
Yeah, you tripping, bro.
Well, what happened?
He tried to say a 4.43 is a horrible combine or a horrible 40 time.
For a wide receiver?
Yeah.
Or for anybody?
Yeah.
No.
All right, Eagles champ 1. Did I take? Wait a minute. Go back to his comment because I might have missed something he said.
Wait, this one?
Eagles champ 1. Were you referring to someone different than Higgins with that comment? If you were, I apologize. I may have missed something. But if you're referring to Higgins, then you're wrong.
Hamler leads all. Yeah, I mean he has some some droppies. Definitely did. Like I said, if you can come out this draft with Jefferson, out of these 5, Jefferson, Mims, Rhaegar, Higgins, and a Ewick. If you come out with 2 of these guys, I feel pretty good.
Yeah. Tim Wildman, I'm a huge Rhaegar fan. I think Rhaegar is going to be one of those guys that, in the right system with the right coaching, that kid's he's electric, man. He's going to be really good.
He said, "Sorry to be annoying, but what do you guys think about Quez Watkins, Van Jefferson, because of his dad, pro ready? Denzel Mims, 2 Senior Bowl was showing great things, one-on-ones. Yeah. Real quick to answer this, Solana, we're all big on Mims, Jefferson, Van Jefferson. We like him. We just think, of course, he's a later guy, pretty good route runner. I do think you can get him in that third-ish area, around there. Quez Watkins, 4.35 guy, second to Henry Ruggs at the combine, but now with Rhaegar running that 4.28 off the books, makes him the second. But yeah, Quez Watkins, he's a guy who can be there in that 4th round area, and I think at 6'2", running a 4.35, can turn this up. I like him out of Mississippi State. I think that's where he is. He said, "Is it likely we trade up in the second though?" It all depends what we really do with our first pick. If for some strange reason we don't go receiver, then I think the Eagles have that in mind to get their guy who's going to be in the early second. The same way we're talking about trading up into first, I just think it's an easier way to get 2 quality guys by trading up in the second. You don't have to give up as much.
Hey, Philly 500. I wouldn't put too much stock into that 4.56 number.
Where?
The thing is you're talking about hand timers, and most of the people there clocked him at a 4.43, not a 4.56, and they're all unofficial because they're all hand timers. But hand timers, you're always going to add 0.5 of a second to them. It's a jump to go from 4.43 to 4.56.
But with this one, I don't understand. With the technology that we have, why are they still using stopwatches? It should be something as soon as you cross that line that the time stops. I don't understand that. Like, I guess it's because it's so traditional that they still use it. But I feel as though with technology being how technology is today, it should be something. It should be something better than that, because we, like you said, it's off.
Well, the thing is you got multiple guys recording the time. One dude says a 4.43, another guy says a 4.56. I mean, I tend to look to where did the majority of the scouts time him at?
Yeah, but that
right.
Hold up. I mean, yeah.
So the report was the Bills made the trade. The Bills were really big on Higgins, and the report was that their scout timed him at 4.56, even though other scouts timed him at 4.43, and that's why they traded for Stephon Diggs. I'm going to be honest with you, Philly 500. I think that's bullshit. Not what you're saying. I'm saying I think the Buffalo Bills are full of shit, and they just needed to justify the Stephon Diggs trade.
Well,
you get what I'm saying? They're trying to justify, like, oh no, when we clocked him, he had, because fans are probably like, wait a minute, we gave up how much? Like, we gave up a first, we gave up what for Stephon Diggs? But I'll be real with you. I mean, would you rather have T. Higgins or Stephon Diggs?
Oof.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I gotta go with the younger, man. I gotta go with the younger. Stephon Diggs, obviously he's going to want a bigger paycheck. And the way this team is constructed right now, we gotta get younger. So yeah, I gotta go with T. Higgins, man.
Here's what I had to say. It's hard for me to pick a guy who hasn't did it in the NFL over a guy who's
chance one, bro. You don't want me to come for you, son. Let me clear something up for you, son. Go watch my videos before you try to come to me because I'm gonna embarrass you. I know you're a kid and you're a child, and I'm trying to help you, bro. You don't want this. Trust me.
All right now, what did I miss, man?
Yo, real quick. Let me get back to that thing. It's hard for me to and here's my thing on T. Higgins. Watching his tape, I think he's a good dude. I think he's good. I just don't think the Eagles will draft him at 21. I don't think he'll be there at 53. So I don't think he'll be on our radar. He's underrated though. He's underrated. I like the guy. But to talk about Stephon Diggs, it's again, we know what this guy can do in the NFL, and so maybe upside is differently, but I probably have to go Stephon Diggs over T. Higgins just because we know.
We know what he is. Exactly. Yeah, I would say the same thing. You know him.
But here's the thing. This is what I'm not just putting player and player. I'm putting up what they gave up for him and all of that. I'm not just player and player is nothing to talk about. Player to player. But what I'm saying, what the Bills did to get him.
What did they give up again? I forgot.
They gave up a first and a fourth, right?
Yeah, let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, I think it was a first and a fourth. No, I would rather have T. Higgins.
Yeah, if you compare T. Higgins versus Stephon Diggs, I got to go with Diggs though, just because
For the first round pick.
So they gave up a first, a fifth, a sixth, and a fourth rounder in 2021.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that trade only because again right. Go ahead. That's what I was saying though, Mike. Yeah.
I'm not comparing the players. If we're going to talk about the players, and then not only that, you got to pay them. You know what I mean? So I'm not talking when we talking about the talent and the players. It's no comparison. What I'm saying is what they gave up and what they're going to have to pay versus having a T Higgins. I'm taking T Higgins.
Yeah, I hear you when you talk about everything giving up, but because like I said, I was all down for the Stephon Diggs trade until I realized I'm not trying to give up a first because I do think we could do something pretty good with our first round pick when it comes to receiving.
Tyler Hartley, I don't know player for player that Diggs is great. Diggs is going to be greater than Higgins. I almost said Hamler. Higgins, but
one set.
I think what you do know is that Diggs is a known commodity. We don't know what Higgins is going to be.
Right.
I think that's why you get teams that make those type of trades. Yeah.
You right about that, but at the same time, like Philly 500 just said, I was just about to say this. Philly 500, they definitely overpaid. First of all, wasn't nobody else going to pay them that? Like, well, I don't know. Not for Diggs. You know what I mean? Like, you see other receivers go for it. Like you see what Hopkins went for. Like. That was just too much, and it was stupid. Like I didn't understand that trade, and I'm so glad that our GM didn't reach and how we didn't go try to get that dude.
Yeah, Tyler Hartley, negative, sir. He is not a Daron Green Beckham. His route running is way better.
Who said that? T. Higgins.
T. Higgins. No, he did not. T. Higgins has got some fight to him. Don't get me wrong. T. Higgins wins with route running.
Right. He's just not fast.
Yeah.
He just not fast. That's but he has quick route running, move his hips very, very well, dig in, dig out. I'm sorry, man. I for that price and what we would have to pay, I would rather T. Higgins. Now that's not my guy that I want in his locker room in a draft, but what I'm saying, with the question being asked, I would have to go with T. Higgins.
Yeah, I think Higgins is going to go. I think Higgins is probably going to go the end of the first. If he slips past the first round, then I think you'll see him go in the 40 range. But it's just there's a lot of wide receiver hungry teams.
Yeah. Rivals BT said, I think the Eagles want JJ to start next year. People are forgetting about that. They still high on him, and that's going to go into their draft plans. I get that feeling.
Rivals BT, what makes you think they're still high on him? What have they said that makes you think they're high on him outside of I mean, are you taking Howie's words that they like the wide receiver room more than the fans? Because I just think that's smoke and mirrors. There's no way they looked at his route running and said that. Come on.
Yeah, I think he's also saying, like how you said to me on other occasions, that you spent a second round pick on him. You can't give up on him too early because it looks bad as an organizational decision if you give up on him early. Like, look, why do you think they weren't trying to give up on Trubisky? They weren't trying to give up on Trubisky because it's like it looks bad that you didn't take D. Watson, you didn't take Patrick Mahomes, you moved up to get Trubisky, and now you're giving up on him already. But
yeah, I think that's the hard part when you get to any player is that it doesn't look good if you have to turn around and then try to save face. We're already going through that right now with if Sidney Jones doesn't pan out this year, it's going to look bad.
Yeah. Savion, one of the most high, he said we definitely should have gotten the Hopkins sweepstakes. I agree, but they also wanted more from us than what they did from the
They
Cardinals.
trying to play us.
But at the end of the day, it looks like now the Texans were able to, once all said and done, it looks like the Texans traded Hopkins for David Johnson and Brandon Cooks almost. So I still think I wouldn't have did that. Hopkins is
still
one
a bad.
time.
That's still a bad.
Yeah.
Hey, Rival BT, yeah, I agree with that point of it, that because he's a second round pick, it's hard to see the Eagles give up on him yet. But I do think the Eagles will try to do some sneaky stuff. Like they'll try to sell us on him being a big slot, and it was a good pick because he can play the slot as a big target. You know what I mean? They'll try to pull some funny crap.
You good?
Yeah, no wrong over there.
Would you give up your first round
pick next year to move up and get land? Next year's pick? Probably. I mean, it depends. I mean, how far do I have to get up to go get him? That's the thing. I mean, if you're talking about going from 21 to 15 or 21 to 18, no. If you're going about 21 to 11 or 12, then maybe. To me, it doesn't matter the player. It matters where you're moving up in terms of the draft position.
How many spots?
Yeah.
How many spots? Now, if we talking about next year's second, hell yeah, I'm doing that without blinking an eye. Yeah. But a first round pick to move up 5 spots, nah, good.
So Devin is a B. Smith says draft a certified X first, then draft speed around him in the later rounds because Ruggs is the only first round worthy speed.
I don't agree with that.
Nah.
He said Ruggs is the only fast guy that you should draft in the first round. Like, but you would draft right in the first, huh?
Ruggs not an X.
No. What he's saying is draft a certified X, then draft speed around him later.
B. Smith, I got what you're saying now.
Ruggs is the only speed guy that is worth the first round pick. The other speed guy
Kevin is the B. Smith. Who would you draft? Who's the X you're drafting then? I think that's the conversation: is who you drafting. So if you're saying go 21 or trade back, whatever, to go get an X receiver, who's the guy you're going to get, and then where do you go get the speed from? What player are you getting the speed from?
Hold on. He said, Antonio Holmes said, it better be smoke and mirrors. 10 catches look bad.
Exactly.
Bad. But we do got to understand that he didn't play as much as we thought he did. You know what I mean? After the Detroit game when he dropped that touchdown, he really was like kind of forgotten. They was playing Matt Hollins when they shouldn't have been. To the life of me, I don't understand how you play a guy for 7 games and he goes for 2 catches in 7 games. You know what I mean? So a lot of things were snatched from him after he dropped that touchdown pass, but he should still have more than 10 receptions. You're definitely right about that.
Philly 500 said, if you somehow land Ruggs in the first, in some miracle at 21, I would have no problem targeting Higgins in round 2, but I need the speed first.
Right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't think Higgins going to be there at 53, but I definitely agree with what he's saying.
No. Someone asked about Hamler's height will affect his draft stock. Not his height. I don't think guys, you know what I mean? Like if you're a top 20 pick, that might matter. But I mean, past the first round, I don't think guys are overly concerned about your height. They're more drafting where they need the positional alignment. I think the bigger factor about his height is the catch radius.
Yo, I saw some for fun playing around mocks. I don't believe it, but I saw some where Judy be falling sometimes. I don't understand why, and I don't believe it will happen in real life. But he falls before Ruggs.
And guys, this is the worst case scenario about him. This isn't the more likely. I think some people look at Judy and they ask themselves, we know he can catch, we know he can run good routes. However, is he explosive? I think that's why a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? Like, is he more than a possession type receiver? I think that's where people get kind of hung up on Judy. I think he is. I think he's more than a possession receiver. But I do, you know, because the kid ran a good 40 time. He ran better than I thought he was going to run. I think he ran like what, a 4.45, 4.46, something like that.
Who?
Jerry.
Oh yeah.
It was something like that. I mean, he ran better than I thought he was going to run. But I mean, you hear all kinds of arguments. Some people say he wasn't even the best receiver on his own team. I think it's a hard thing to say because they had 3 really good receivers. I mean,
right. Hey, Ricky, this organization will never draft a linebacker at number 1. It just never happens. It's never going to happen. I understand. They don't value the linebacker spot as much as other organizations. You know, they'll rather get a guy later or put a safety in the box.
Yeah,
you know
don't take
I mean? Nathan Harry is a safety playing the linebacker position. So that goes to show you how much they value the linebacker position.
Yeah.
Real quick,
really.
Huh?
Bro, I've been saying that since I did my first mock draft.
Who?
I run Philly really. I called that back before the combine. I said, before the receivers even ran at the combine, I said, my surprise is no receivers going in the top 10.
Yeah, Gay City did say that, and I agree. Like the first one probably comes off the board around 11, 12-ish, like you said. But I would agree with that too. It wouldn't surprise me if one slipped in, but if I'm betting money, I would agree with you. It's outside the top 10. And real quick, Takeem Hilton. Again, I don't believe Judy's going to be there at 21, but I'm just saying it's just funny that if you do a bunch of different mock drafts on different sites, Judy falls not every time, but if you do 10 and he fell 3 times, he falls before a guy like Ruggs and Lamb now. That's what I'm just trying to say.
Someone was asking about Ruggs and Judy. Yeah. So I think it was Powell 1908. That's a hard one, man, because define fall. Do I think that he might have fallen from top 15 to maybe bottom of the first round? Maybe. But man, when a dude runs a 4.28 and jumps 42 inches, teams are going to turn their heads and pay attention.
Here's one. What would you guys do if we traded up for Esperanza or something?
What can you do, man? Howie, bro. It's Howie. It's Howie in the front office, man. We ain't got no stay over it. What can you do? Not who I would want. I like Epinesa, don't get me wrong, but trading up. Hey, y'all remember that year when I think we got Brandon Graham? We traded up and everyone thought it was going to be Earl Thomas. Remember that? When we traded up, we thought it was going to be Earl Thomas and it was Brandon Graham. And then the Seahawks put Thomas right behind us.
Mm-hmm. Nate Satterfield said, how do you feel about the defense? The defense is so ready. I can't wait to see the changes in them dogs on the field. How you feel about the defense, Philly Fresh?
Ooh, I think it's about 3 times better than it was last year. I understand the departure of Michael Jenkins, but this Hargrave signing, man, I said it before and I'm going to keep saying it. It's underappreciated. This Hargrave signing that Howie did, it's going to be there. I think they're going to be the best DT duo in the game. They should be. Fletcher Cox and Hargrave. I think all we need is Sidney Jones to play his part and Derek Barnett to play his part. If Derek Barnett is the number one is the number one pick, not number one pick, but the round one pick that we got. Supposed, I think this defense will be crazy, man.
Hey, Rivals BT, I agree with you, man. I've been trying to tell these guys, man, we don't be picking wide receivers that often. But listen, what we be picking these guys late in the draft, I'm telling y'all, Marvin McNutt is going to be the comeback player of the year. I've been saying this for 3 weeks.
Every live stream, you find a way to get that in there.
You always try to
I think that's why, dude, because we've waited in the back of the draft, and we've been drafting dudes like Marvin McNutt. Like, we got it at some point, man. I know we just went second round with J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, but I mean, it's been really since like D Jackson and those guys, you know what I mean, that we really no, Aguilar was a first round pick technically. Well,
yeah, but that was Chip Kelly. That was Chip Kelly when he had the whole total control.
Yeah, that was Chip, yeah. Well, no, wait a minute. How about how we only relinquished control in 2015? Was that when we drafted him, 2015?
Yeah.
Probably.
Then that was definitely Chip then.
Hey, Vic.
Yeah, I mean, then how we lost that guy too. He didn't draft D-Jax either. I mean, I think he was in the organization, but he wasn't.
He drafted Macklin, though. How we drafted Macklin, though?
Yeah, real quick, Vic 3, I agree. Mocks mean nothing. Just people use them to see a general topic of where guys could fall. And what you do take out of a mock draft, if you do a mock draft 100 times and one guy is always the 7th pick or the 8th pick, that's where you think, okay, I got 100 different experts thinking that. But yeah, mocks don't mean nothing because no mock draft last year had the Duke quarterback going to the Giants at that pick. Not one person mock draft had Daniel Jones being picked where he was. So you're right when it comes to that, but it's just to get general pickings.
Yeah, I mean, mock drafts, they mean nothing, but some of these guys do have intel and insight from the organizations. So it gives you an idea of who the organizations are at least considering. Doesn't mean they're going to go that way, but you know, these guys tell you who's being talked about in the inner rooms. Now, let's be real. Teams release names of players they want released.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing.
Right. I mean, it's a chess game. You're not gonna show them your moves. So at the end of the day, a lot of things is deception.
Justin Blackman.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's funny. Real quick,
and Marcus Smith would be the defensive player of the year.
Oh shoot!
Jeremy Macklin greater than Nelson Aguilar? I didn't know that was an argument.
Yeah. Listen,
who argued that? We should ban him.
I was gonna say, yo, Macklin was solid, yo. I like that dude a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He was a good character guy too.
Yeah, definitely.
He's the best last wide receiver pick that we had. If that makes sense, like he's the last wide receiver that we had that we picked that was good. Like, think about it. Who was good after him that we drafted?
Philly says, what do you think about trying to get Kenny Stills in a trade?
Big homie, what's going on?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I just came across his channel the other day. It popped up. Philly does Eagles content too. Go check him out.
That's the big homie right there.
Kenny Stills. I mean, here's the thing. What round are we talking about giving? What round? What are we talking about giving up for him? That's the thing. Would you guys honestly give a first for him?
Oh, heck no.
Exactly.
No.
Kenny Stills,
so what round are we talking?
A
fourth, maybe?
He's not that good. He's a deep threat. He's a deep threat. He could help this team stretch the field in a bad case scenario, just like Deshaun Jackson goes down. But
I mean, it's a tough one, man.
Yeah, I would have to see the asking price. I wouldn't give up anything more than like
fourth or a fifth, maybe.
yeah, something like that, maybe. Wait, Rock Lee said trade a 6 for Taylor Gabriel. Ain't he still on the market?
I think he's still in the market, guys.
Yeah, he ain't go to a team.
When was the last time the Eagles had a 1,000-yard receiver?
Sylvan, son of the Most High, living God. Kenny Stills is injury prone. Good, he'll fit on the Eagles then. that seems to be what we like.
Yeah.
Ain't never
The Matt said, would you trade a third for Javaris Landry?
Jarvis Landry. He had a couple of good seasons. A third? Maybe.
Our third is a 103.
Third overall, so probably.
Yeah. Yeah, and by no means do I think Kenny Stills is great. I just think that if D-Jack goes down and somehow we don't get no speed, he's a speed guy. And so, again, it would be a fourth or a fifth. And when I say fourth, I mean our last fourth, which is like 160.
Yeah, I mean, a third, 103rd overall for Jarvis Landry. I'd probably make that trade.
Oh, yeah, and I run Philly. I would definitely – Greg Ward Jr. in the slot is better. He's probably not a better deep threat, but overall, Greg Ward proved it. This man got to start in a slot. He going to put up some numbers. Again, if he was able to do what he did last year when the defense only knew we were good, the defense knew we were throwing to a couple people, the tight ends or Greg Ward Jr., and was able to get off a little bit. So now you get D-Jack over there. You get a drafty over there. You know, you have Greg Ward in the slot. I think he should have a pretty decent year.
Guys, keep in mind, and you guys keep saying a fourth, keep in mind, our third-round pick is basically a fourth-round pick, guys. It's a compensatory pick added to the very end of the third round. It's basically a fourth.
Hey, the last time somebody asked the last time we had a 1,000-yard receiver. Yeah. It was Jeremy Maclin in 2014. But Jordan Matthews had 997. So that's kind of close, but it's been a while, man. It's been a while. It's been a while. I'm sitting here looking at this. This is horrible, man.
So look,
this is hard.
Edward Solano has this little mock draft. He says Denzel Mims, second Quez Watkins, third Van Jeffersons, four Akeem Davis, B. Antonio Gibson or DJ's AJ Dillon, C. Derek Tuxa, Will Harris, Jaden Waddle, or Rich Grant. What do you guys think?
What is he at? Is that Brad?
Quez Watkins at so when you say 1-2, are you referring to the second round or are you talking about order of players?
That's what I was wanting to know too.
Hey, let me go back up. There was a comment here I wanted to tackle, guys. It was in reference to the contract salary.
Just tell me. Oh, what's his contract though?
Rare Gang 114. You're right. He will cost you $12 million, but understand he's really on a 1-year deal because the dead money becomes much favorable next year. So he's going to have to renegotiate his contract anyways. Would you rather? I mean, 12 mil, would you rather have Landry or would you rather have Alshon?
Oh, yeah, of course. Now, if we get Justin Jefferson and he plays, hopefully we do use him on the outside a little bit more than he was used at LSU, but he's going to line up in a slot sometimes, and, you know, you would have to let him if he's going to give us production out of that spot. But let's answer this question. Could Wentz be a 5,000-yard passer? The only way he's going to get there is if you got to give him a little bit of ammunition. You know what I mean?
He needs targets to throw to.
Again, we have reliable pass catchers who can move chains 10 yards. That's our tight ends. You know?
I mean, he had 4,000 yards last year without even having a wide receiver over 500 yards. So, I wasn't talking to you.
He was referring to Javaris' contract.
Rivals BT. Yeah. D-line, O-line, and quarterback is where he's drafted in the first round, basically. I think he has to break the trend because of the way he shaped the offseason. That would be my guess. If you were going to be hesitant on taking a receiver in the first round, then you needed a veteran or you need to go trade for a guy who is a younger veteran, a guy that's got a couple years in the league. Maybe you don't title him a vet, but in reality, he's got a couple years under his belt to have brought in. We didn't do that. So that pretty much leaves us with the desperation of you need a player. So I would think it, I don't think they're going to reach to a certain extent. I think there's a point where you're not going to take a guy because they're not worth the 21st pick. But at the same time, like I think the probability is high that we're going receiver. Now, would I be shocked if he chose a defensive end? No, I wouldn't. Would I? Is that what I think they should go? No, not really. I think defensive end is a problem in the future, but I don't think it's an immediate issue the same way wide receiver is.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I'm not gonna be mad if I'm not gonna be surprised or shocked if he go DN. We all know what we want. My thing is, as once again, I keep breaking down all this talent, at the wide receiver position. Just get some talent, man. Just get somebody that's going to be able to perform in the NFL at a high level. And I'm cool. I don't give a darn if you get him in the 6th round. Just make sure that this guy can help Carson Wentz, and you don't make him another McNabb throwing the dudes like Pinkston and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with you having the talent around Carson Wentz. I don't care what round it's sent. We all speculate and we all want who we want. But if you get somebody that can perform at a high level at the wide receiver position.
Hey, someone's talking about Jarvis Landry hasn't proven anything. Number one, I would ask, hasn't proved anything to who? And number two, he's had 80 receptions, I think, every year he's been in the league in like 3,000-yard seasons. What more does he need to prove?
He's one of the most underrated receivers in this game, yo.
I don't get that comment, bro.
He really is.
I was gonna say something about that last thing I had. I believe Carson Wentz can get 5K. It's hard when you don't got guys who can consistently get 25-yard passes, 30-yard passes. When everything is dink and Dak, as Shannon Sharp would say. It's not his fault. This is what we have. But yes, Carson Wentz is my guy. That's my dude.
Vic 3 on garbage time in teams over a 3-year span. Come on, bro, you're reaching. You're about to pull your arm out of socket.
Wait, what happened?
Come on, man. Not to mention there was OBJ there too. Come on.
Yeah. There will be a lot of guys going undrafted this year that will make teams. A lot of underrated talent this year. Hey, yeah. I think Gate City said it, and I think I will be big in addressing that some undrafted free agents, looking at them, giving them a shot, seeing what we can do with them. Yeah, listen. If again, all three of us are guys that say if there's a way for us to get Ruggs, we would all love it. We're just looking at the possibility of, will a team take a trade from us without us giving up too much? Will they accept our 21st round pick and a 4th round pick, or in our 3rd round pick? Would they take what we have to offer, or would they try to fleece us? And then how we just don't do it.
You know what's crazy? And I'm not going to put this on Howie, but it just seems like ever since we won a Super Bowl, our relationship with other teams has not been that good. Like, it seems like dudes want to fleece us, but will trade to somebody else fast.
You know why?
I'm waiting.
They hate us because they ain't us.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, but we're not really that team. Like, I love the Eagles. You already know, but we're not really that team to be hated on like the Patriots or something like that, or even Pittsburgh. You know what I mean? Well, Pittsburgh hasn't been really relevant for a long time. almost about 8 years. But at the same time, it's like I'm looking and I'm like, damn, like all these deals is being made and Howie is in the mix with it, but they don't want to give you no play. It's like, damn, like what has Howie done? You know what I mean? And is that also a cause of Joe Douglas being gone? Was Joe Douglas the guy that mingled with other GMs and stuff like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Rockley, I want to say I agree. At the end of the day, touchdowns is where it's at, bro. TDs is what get you them dubs. Thoughts on Sidney Jones' potential breakout player this season? Hey, if it's now or never. Last year of his rookie deal, he's getting that training with that pretty good trainer, you know, helps people out. Forgot his name. It's now or never.
What'd you say, Steve?
Yeah.
Hang on. I'm reading Vic 3. Yeah, playing for Miami and Cleveland. What does it matter who he plays for? Your rationalization makes no sense, man. You're not using any rational thought here. You're not actually providing anything of substance.
Yeah,
he actually helping Steve argument.
Yeah,
because in Miami he had no quarterbacks. Like
he's played with no one, and he's putting up numbers.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he's a productive receiver. He's not going to really beat you over the top. He's a possession guy. He's going to get you them 75 to 80 catches a season. He will eclipse 1,000 yards. He's really good with the ball in his hands. And again, yeah, when you talk about bad teams, you got to also talk about the quarterback play being there. The fact that, you know, at Miami, he was getting the number one cornerback. He's not getting a number one corner in Cleveland, but, you know.
Well, he didn't get the number one corner last year in Cleveland, but he ate on that too. Without getting the number one corner, he ate on that because he had 1,100 yards, 9 touchdowns, and 14-yard average. He ate.
Lenny D said, Texas trying to fleece us with that D Hopkins, but didn't fleece the Cardinals. I agree 100%. This is funny. He said, yo, can we just bring our guy Josh Gordon in because now we can smoke weed? You know what I mean? It's legal in the NFL. He ain't got a problem.
Man, Josh Gordon is more than weed, yo. They try to justify weed, but weed is not addictive. As weed will not make you miss $32 million a year or something. I mean, not a year, but $20 million a year. Like that dude on something more than weed, yo.
Okay. Hey, victory. Do you honestly think they are running the ball? No, I think you mean now. They're throwing it all the time, or no? I don't know. Or no, I got you. No, they're throwing it all the time. So yeah, of course it's going to have okay stats, but look at why. Did the Eagles run the ball all the time? When's the last time we had a 1,000-yard receiver?
How about that? I mean, we do got a 1,000-yard tight end though. But yeah, you definitely right.
Real quick, he said, if Wentz had the same weapons as Mahomes, would you rank him in the same category? I would. I believe Wentz, he just don't have the weapons. I agree. At the end of the day, you know, again, Carson Wentz being able to get 4K with a receipt. Again, 4K in this league is not that great. But listen, this has never been done. There's a reason why there's never been a quarterback who had 4,000 yards and not a receiver who had over 500 yards, because if you threw for more than 4K, there got to be somebody who has at least 500 yards. And if you can't get 500 yards as a receiver,
yeah, a big homie, you definitely right. And you know, I made this comparison. You know, if you scroll down, you scroll down on my videos, and I compare Wentz to Mahomes. It's so crazy because everybody is pushed down the field, so Mahomes get to do a whole lot of things. That's why, and a lot of things is glorified that Mahomes does. When he looked back at the referee and running for a first down, it was just so piped up. You know what I mean? Because if you look at that play, it's nobody 30 yards around him because you got everybody is downfield because of the speed. And that's what Carson Wentz needs. He's that kind of quarterback. He is a Patrick Mahomes kind of quarterback. Now, I'm not saying he's better, but if you give him them weapons, then we can talk.
Real quick, I just want to hit a couple of these. Nate Satisfield. Yeah, I mean, at one time there was some linkage to Taylor Gabriel, but he's still on the market. So I mean, I don't
That's
know
not
Yeah.
do that. This one says, do you guys trust Doug with the play calling? He has had bad games, but also great games. I just want to say I think Doug can get the job done. I just think what he lacked last year was a true supporting cast who can help him out in certain situations. To where, again, when Frank Wright was here, Doug Peterson called the plays. He just had a guy who he can consult at times, probably, and also the preparation during the week where I think Mike Groh was really not doing much. So I think with Rich Scangrello, I can never say his last name, helping out design more, rollouts for Carson Wentz where he thrives in. The fact that Marty Morningway not calling plays, but having his 30-year brain in football, helping him out, and then Doug Peterson getting back to being more aggressive. Well, he's always aggressive, but possibly being able to call deeper plays to open the offense up because we possibly have a Deshaun Jackson or a draftee that can break a game. I think all that plays into it.
The comment on what you just said, I agree with what you said, but I'm kind of scared. It's a kind of a gift and a curse because no, seriously, it's kind of a gift and a curse because all them people that you named, who are you going to listen to when it's crunch time? Who is going to be? Are you going to have all four of them guys in your ear at one time, or are you going to have one specific guy to tell you, yo, you need to run this damn ball, or you need to do this, or you need to do that? And that, let's not forget, Deuce is an assistant offensive coordinator, whatever you want to call it, some stuff that they made up. So we got him too. So you got real. They just made it up because they didn't want to make him OC. So you got all these guys in your ear. So who are you going to listen to? That's the only thing I'm scared of. I do like what they doing, but you got to make sure it's one guy in Doug's ear, man.
You guys don't think that this is all just his way of making sure that they can't blame anyone anymore? I think he's listening to himself.
You talking about Doug?
Yeah.
But Gate City.
No, I really think he listened to Frank Wright. I really think he listened to Frank Wright.
Yeah, and I'm not saying listen as like he calls a plays for him, but uses advice. But Gate City, how do you feel about Doug Peterson going into the season with what he has and him being the play caller once again? Do you think he's going to be able to get the job done?
You mean like what's currently without the draft?
Well, I mean, just say we add a little bit of talent to this offense.
A little bit of talent to the offense. I mean, a little bit of talent. I mean, come on, bro. What are we talking about?
All right, we get Rieger, and we get a Ewing. So you got Rieger, a Ewing.
Rieger, we're going Super Bowl. Not kidding. Look, I think he needs the guys that will fit the system he wants to play in. Okay, I think right now what you have is you have a quarterback that he admitted that he didn't roll the pocket enough with. They were being conservative. They were scared of getting him injured. I think they're going to make slight adjustments that may not be as noticeable to the average fan, but all they'll notice is that we are producing. Listen, at the end of the day, he's going to piss me off personally because he just doesn't run the ball enough. He doesn't utilize enough two-back sets for me. It took him forever for me to keep screaming into YouTube to say, dude, use two-back sets. I mean, our best players, when we're losing every damn receiver, are coming from the tight ends and the running backs. Why are we avoiding this? I mean, I think there's always going to be those moments of frustration with him. I think the biggest problem I have with Doug Peterson, it's the beginning of the game. We've got to be better at starting the games.
Oh, yeah. You
can't have these 3 and outs every single game, man. You can't do that on your opening drive every single game. We've got to start converting and putting points up.
And that comes from them, 15 scripted plays? Like, we didn't have that problem when Frank Wright was here. And when you look deep on what Doug used to say in 2017, he said he made sure that everybody on the offensive side, coaches and stuff, will bring plays and bring plays, and they would do the 15 plays like that. Somebody will bring 5, another person bring 5, stuff like that. And you didn't see any creativity until the end of the season. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you keeping Carson Wentz. See, here's my thing. Here's the most thing that I had a problem with. You try to put Carson Wentz in bubble wrap. You try to make sure that he couldn't get out the pocket. You try to make sure that he stayed there and wouldn't get hurt. When his best attributes is getting outside the pocket, throwing on a run, stuff like that. So you have to make sure that you use your talent the best way that you can.
Yo,
Hey, Kevin, Rod is staff on in the neck, bro. No kidding. All right, Kevin, it depends on where we're trading up and who we're trading up for. What do we have to give up to get there? Because Djax is going to be 34. You're not going to get that much for Djax, even though the dude can still ball. If he's healthy, Djax can ball. But my thing is I don't know that's a smart move, to be honest, because you still need Djax on this 1 year. You still need a veteran leadership in there. You still need a guy that has some chemistry already built with Carson Wentz with the uncertainty of the offseason already. Like, I just think you put yourself in a dangerous situation if you trade away Djax and the dude you went up to go get doesn't work. Like, that's dangerous to me. But I mean, I get where you're going with it, though, that you're trying to entice teams to take a player.
yeah.
I don't know. What do y'all think? A 34-year-old, the guy's going to be 34 at season end. What do you guys feel about Djax's trade value?
I don't know. When you know what he can do in a one season sample size, if he's healthy, is intriguing. But as you said, his age and everything, I think it's not as tempting. I don't think teams will do that. Would want to do it. It's rough, but it's something different. We haven't heard that scenario. That's why I put it up there 100%. But real quick, do you think Carson Wentz is better than Rodgers? I'm going to add context to this. I'm saying going into 2020. So, again, it's not what they did in the past. It's what they can do in 2020. How do we feel about that? But I also want to say this. Charles Smith said, Gate City Sports, please check out some game tape on Elijah Holyfield and tell me what you think. I just want to say this about Elijah Holyfield. We didn't utilize him after we got him late last year, but I think he can run the ball. I think he can do what the Eagles picked him up to do, to be that LeGarrette Blount type guy, to be that big guy. I'm not saying he's LeGarrette Blount, don't get me wrong. I'm saying Elijah Holyfield. I'm saying I think
you said LeGarrette Blount?
Yeah, LeGarrette Blount.
LeGarrette Blount.
Oh,
LeGarrette. Oh, LeGarrette Blount, whatever. But I'm not saying he's him. What I'm saying is I think Elijah Holyfield, for what we need him to do, and that is, be able to chew a clock up at the end of a game, be able to get short yardages, be able to do stuff like that. I like him. And again, we don't know much. Georgia Bulldog, but Doug Peterson liked him prior to getting him because he interviewed him during the draft. It just didn't go that way with us getting Miles Sanders and whatnot. But I like Elijah Holyfield. Think he could be that big guy who runs the ball on third down. But how do y'all feel about Aaron Rodgers over Carson Wentz just for 2020?
I think, I don't know, man. Aaron Rodgers has got the experience, guys. I mean, I'm not going to try to disrespect the guy. He does have arm talent. I think I would take Carson Wentz at this point in his career over Aaron Rodgers in terms of the arm talent. I think it's a push. I mean, if you're the Green Bay Packers, you got Aaron Rodgers. Are you really sitting there hoping you had Carson Wentz? You're the Eagles and you have Carson Wentz. Are you really worried you don't have Aaron Rodgers? I think it's a push. Like,
go ahead, Phil.
I kind of feel the same way. I'm kind of leveled at it because it's like Aaron Rodgers has had a number one receiver for the last 4 years in Adams. Carson Wentz really only had one receiver number one receiver really outshine in 2017, and we seen what he did. He took the league by storm. You know what I mean? So it's like we know what Rodgers represents. We respect it, but at the same time, at this height, Rodgers already hit his peak. We know what Rodgers' peak is. I still feel as though Carson Wentz still has a peak to fulfill if you get him a number one receiver. And you got to understand, man, you know, everybody in this comment section, you know, you Mike, you Steve, we got to understand that you're only as good as your help around you when you're a quarterback. Because you could be the best quarterback. If you ain't got no talent or you don't got nobody blocking for you, you ain't shit. Excuse my language. But that's just how it is. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's hard to make an argument, and I understand where people were going because you're talking about arm talent. But Aaron Rodgers was just playing in the NFC Championship game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm not out there wanting Aaron Rodgers. We got Carson Wentz. I'm good with that. But
right.
Carson's got to prove some stuff, man. He's got to prove some stuff in the postseason. I thought he took a big monkey off his back this past year by playing 16 games, but you got to make a playoff push this upcoming year, man.
Yeah. Hey, so Robert BT said Harrison from Ohio State or Willie Gay Jr. Who will y'all take at linebacker out of them two?
Harrison.
I was always going to say Harrison, but I just started looking at more tape from Willie Gay Jr. because he popped up on my radar. I'm still going to go Harrison now, but because I haven't finished it, and so I just know Harrison more, and I've already talked about him. But I think Willie Gay Jr. is starting to. I want to do more due diligence on him, but right now I'll say Harrison though. Charles Smith said Elijah Holyfield was a runner back I was looking at in the draft. Hey,
the Eagles were last year. Yeah, the Eagles were high on him as well, but
yeah. Joseph said yes, but Aaron is more experienced.
That's what we said, though.
Yeah,
we said at this point, Wentz has the better arm at this point in the career. You can make an argument that Aaron has equal arm back in his, his prime year too. His prime year is 27, 28. But the thing is that I don't know, man. Carson's arm talent to me is it's hard to beat it, man. There's only a couple of guys that really match him. And Aaron, to Aaron's credit, Aaron Rodgers is one of them. But I don't know, man. I think other people make good points too, which is if you break it down by the stats, Carson's coming out on top. And they've had, don't get me wrong, Rodgers is going through hardships. So is Carson.
Right.
Okay, I want to go back to that. But Philly, yeah, stats were a little bit better, but it's rough. But look at this. So Charles Smith, always with that controversial stuff, you know what I mean? Keeping the chat live. He said, we talk a lot about Ertz being traded. Don't be surprised if Fletcher Cox's name isn't brought up in trade talks.
You know what's crazy? I just was talking to Mike. That was last night.
Yeah, you talked to me last night about that.
I was going to put a video up today about Fletcher Cox being traded because you're not wrong. Number one, with Hargrave, we do get younger, and it's a little less money. So I wouldn't be surprised neither. But I just don't think this organization would do it. I think Fletcher Cox will be an Eagle for the.
Yeah. I think other teams will inquire about him. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, if you move Fletcher Cox, you lose a big portion of your interior pass rush. Yeah. I like those guys that are playing beside him. They're not Fletcher Cox.
Fletcher Cox is an animal.
Yeah.
And he because I was kind of pissed at Fletcher Cox, kind of like 8 games of the season, but he reminded us who he was in that Seattle game in the playoffs. He was a beast, man. Like, if you break down what he was doing in that game, he was a beast.
I ain't even taking that one seriously, man.
Vic said, yeah. Vic said, "I'm fine with trading Ertz for a first." This one's gonna spark some interest. The chat, we got 70 people in here. Let me just say two things. One, whoever's channel you're watching on, if you didn't hit that like button, click off the chat, smash that like button, come back. Appreciate it. Also, if you're not subscribed to one of the other three, check their videos out after this stream. Go watch their videos. If you like it, hit that button. And here's the question now. So I want the chat to rank these guys. And after we give our decision, I'm going to go through all your guys' comments and say who you guys would have in this ranking.
That's
The exact order he put it.
But
The exact order he put it. Wentz, McNabb, Cunningham, Vic. That's the exact order I'd keep them. People might not like McNabb. My man produced. He just couldn't get the Super Bowl. Cunningham never got that far. Cunningham is an athletic freak just like Vic. But that's the exact order I'd keep them in.
I'm gonna co-sign that. And but again, I want to say this though. That year that Vic threw the interception to Tremont Williams against the Packers and the Packers won the Super Bowl, that team was nice enough to get there and do some damage. But I'll keep it. Wentz, McNabb, Cunningham, and then Vic.
And they're all good football players.
Yeah.
Hey, man, y'all know I love y'all, right? I'm about to disagree. I gotta switch Vic and Cunningham. Cunningham defense that he played with was all time. I mean, like Seth Joyner, Reggie White, dudes like that. That defense was such a beast, and he didn't win a championship with them. I feel as though I understand he broke his leg. I think it was, what was that, 93? Steve, correct me if I'm wrong. Was that like 93 when he broke his leg?
Yeah, I think so.
They should have went to the Super Bowl. But 2 years, them other 2 years, they should have won with that defense. That defense was all world. Michael Vick really never had a defense. Well, not really. Never had a defense like that. And if we're just talking about the quarterback position, Mike Vick took Randall Cunningham. It was 2.0, but he was on a next level of Cunningham. And the fact that he never read a playbook in Atlanta, man, if this dude would have read a playbook, he probably would have been top 5 ever. So yeah, I gotta switch them too.
Yeah,
Rock Lee, he did actually, but some of them didn't pan out. That was the problem. You got to remember, we drafted Chris Carter. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, he became good once he got to the Vikings.
Yeah, he was good with the Eagles too. There was a lot of problems.
Yeah, good list. I co-sign. Master Pete out real quick. He said Donovan McNabb is non-existent to me. He ruined my team, my teenhood that I can never recover from. The heck with him. A straight hypocrite. Wow. Come on. That's
But you got to remember, man. 5 NFC championship games. Come on, man. I mean, I get it. He never got the Super Bowl. You got to give the guy props, man. He kept this team competitive for a long, long time, and with a lack of weapons for a serious amount of time.
Yeah, you're right. That he had good ass defenses too, though.
Yeah, look,
the defenses kept us in games.
Right.
But who won them?
Yeah,
but he couldn't get over that hump.
No, he couldn't. That's why I didn't put him above Wentz, even though he's accomplished more than Wentz. I still think Wentz is the better talent, and I think Wentz will probably overachieve McNabb.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, though, but like, McNabb, I got a lot of love for McNabb. Again, that 5 NFC championships that we went to was, that was during my high school career. I'm only 29, so that was during my high school. So you talk your most smack about football, and so every time I'm like, we got this. Nope, the letdown. But McNabb gave me.
It was so heartbreaking, man. All of even in the Super Bowl, the dry heaving and throwing up and all that kind of stuff. And then you had plays like 4th and 26. It's like, man. When you think of McNabb, you did so much, but at the same time, what did you do? You build me up to break me down. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, I don't know if y'all feel like that, but that's how I felt. Like, you build me up. Like, this is our year. I felt like Dallas Cowboys fans. This is our year. We're going, and then you just break me down, man.
Mark Major said all Andy. Rock Lee said James trash.
James
Oh,
trash.
Guy, you got to divide up. Come on, man. You call
They
someone
talk
trash
trash.
that led this team to 4 straight division titles, 5 NFC championship games, and a Super Bowl. Unaccomplished. Sure, he didn't get us over the hump. Trash. Come on, y'all. Y'all about to hyperextend your elbow reaching. Come on.
Yo, real quick, yo.
Wait, who you talking
Yeah,
to?
who-
Who you talking to?
Is hang on. Mark Major.
What? Well, when he said all Andy,
No.
where is it?
Go to 1052.
1052.
Donovan is
Oh.
trash. Threw up twice. And yeah, I can't call him trash.
I mean, you can't control being sick.
He's one of the greatest quarterbacks in his franchise history,
He
man.
wasn't sick though.
Come on.
But I ain't gonna call him
First
trash.
off, Mark, I can tell you as someone who has played in a state, something as small as a state championship game at the 4A level. Dudes get sick when they get nervous like that. He had the misfortune that it happened in the huddle. A lot of people do it, like they throw up before the game. It happens. People get stomach knots. It kind of it happens more commonly than people know, man. It's an anxiety thing. Like, I'm not gonna call him trash because he recognized the moment he was in. Like that's not a fair assessment.
And yo, listen,
Pick 3, that's exactly what happened. I just didn't want to say it. That's exactly what happened to old Chris Carter.
yeah.
Yeah.
And yo, sad thing, the dude got kicked off of first things first, too, man.
That's exactly what happened, bro. He like the Colombian white.
I can hear that.
I just didn't want to say it. Sometimes we do got young kids that be watching, so I
Yeah.
was trying.
I hesitated too. Victory, the man gave you 4 of the only 5 NFC championships you ever seen. Got to put some respects on my man's name. Yeah.
He led us to 5, actually.
Yeah.
He led us to 5. We've been to 6.
Yo, we know the crazy thing is that Arizona game was crazy too, man. Listen, we were getting,
No, we've been to 7.
Should have won that.
No.
bro. Listen, for us to be down, it was like 24-6, and we missed the extra point. That's why we had 6. We come all the way back to take the 20. It was 24-6. We come back to, I forgot, wasn't it 28-24? We ended up taking the lead or something like that, or they had 21 and we had 24. It was 21-6 or something. But yo, we missed field goals in that game. There was that Kurt Warner, like, what was it, like a 7-minute drive to close the game out? That just broke me. That hurt.
Tykeem Hilton.
Huh?
McNabb missed out on too many 3rd and longs. He didn't miss that 3rd and 26, 3rd and 27.
4th and 26.
4th, yeah, whatever, yeah. He didn't miss that one.
Yo, that can't.
I ain't gonna lie though. When you look at it, I don't know if we kind of made it. Like he was, it was debatable, but it was a hell of a throw.
Yo, I'm telling you, when Freddie Mitchell crossed that pass, and I was just like, oh my, I knew we were winning that game. That was a
Freddie Mitchell highlight reel.
Huh?
When he caught that pass, I thought we was destined to win the Super Bowl. I said we are winning the Super Bowl. Like that's literally after he caught it, because we was all sad. We was running around, we drinking all that. We all mad and all that kind of stuff. And then you just hear all this stuff in the living room. Everybody screaming. And then they played the replay. I said, oh, we winning the Super Bowl. But once again, he built me up to break me down.
Mark, both ways, man. You can't say because of Andy. Why did Andy go to the Super Bowl with Doug Peterson then? Come on.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah. Hold up.
Because of Andy, we went to those games. He did a lot with a little. Give him credit. We're giving him credit. You're lacking the credit to bestow upon Donovan McNabb. He ain't do crap with Doug Peterson that first year.
Oh yeah, Doug Peterson was a starter in '98.
It's a combination of the two.
But
hey Nate, please tell me that you playing.
Where?
Please tell me that you're playing. Nate Satterfield, Sam Bradford, top 5 all time.
Oh yeah, he's definitely playing.
Who said?
Please.
Oh, Sam Bradford.
I hated that trade, yo.
Hey, bro, he was deadly accurate. Even when he missed, he threw interceptions. Someone always called his balls.
Yo,
Now,
Rob,
Sam Bradford, bro, he could never stay healthy, man.
he said, "I keep just thinking how close it was. Chip Kelly really going to trade our first and Cox to get Mariota. It would have been a good game for. It would have been a GG for Chip."
Bro, he always does stupid stuff like that,
Yeah.
though, man. Like, Chip is a weird dude because he should be given credit for bringing in some of the advancements that are now in the NFL. He was the first dude to do a lot of those things, sports science related.
Right. He just
but
too much. Yeah.
Bro, as the GM, holy shit, he was horrible.
The Texas is feeling our pain right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien, Chip Kelly 2.0, but just James Hurley said, I wanted Brian Westbrook to get that 1,000 rushing, 1,000 receiving. It was so close. He would have been even better in today's NFL. Yeah, the way we use these, the way that we got the Kamaras and the stuff like that.
Right. Let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think, because I think so, but do y'all think that Westbrook will be in the Hall of Fame one day?
Right. Mark, hang on.
No?
You're giving him credit. You call him trash. Come on, bro. That's not giving someone credit. That's the opposite of credit.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Just
say it again, man. Your mic is a little low. Speak a little higher.
All right, my bad. I don't know why y'all keep doing that.
That's
I'm asking y'all if y'all to the Westbrook situation. Do y'all think he will ever be in the Hall of Fame?
Ooh, I'm gonna say no. Should be, but he's not.
It's hard. That's my guy too, though. Like,
I hope so, but I kind of gotta agree with you, Steve. Like, if he was another flashy name with the stats and the things that he did, the five NFC championships and all that kind of stuff, and being basically the #1 target, yeah, I think so. But
yeah,
for some reason,
he was definitely one of the better scat backs of that era. You know what I mean? Like the first Marshawn Falk is the first one that comes to my mind from that, the kind of that weird scat back thing. And then I remember Tiki Barber, but they were right around the same time. Right. Then I remember Westbrook, really.
But I think as a scat, I kind of think he was better than Tiki Barber. You know
I agree.
What I mean? Like,
I agree. Well, it doesn't help that Tiki Barber was an asshole. No one wanted to play with him.
True.
Yeah.
Takeem Hilton said no. Christian Brown said no. Lenny D said yes. Antonio Holmes
his career wasn't long enough. Who said his career wasn't long enough?
Takeem Hilton. Antonio.
How many years didn't he play? What did he play? What, 8 years, 7 years?
I don't know if he was talking about Westbrook or Tiki Barber when y'all were talking. Maybe I don't know.
Oh,
yeah. Antonio Holmes said no. Westbrook not going to Hall of Fame. Oh no, he did say Westbrook's career wasn't long enough.
I mean, it's a running back.
First round.
How many running backs don't have 10-year careers? Hey, little man.
Goodness, she be breaking this stuff.
I mean, like, running backs don't have 10-year careers. Like, it's like from 5 to 7 to 8 years. You know what I mean? So you really can't say that about Westbrook.
It's hard, man, because Westbrook is in that weird transition period for running backs. You know what I mean? I think most of us that remember Westbrook, unless you were really young, we also remember Barry Sanders. We remember Emmitt Smith. You know what I mean? Remember those 90s running backs and what they did.
Right. It's a shame. It's a shame about Barry Sanders, man. Every time I hear his name,
he's the first one I remember that was just like, I know I can still play, but I'm deucing out.
Yeah.
One.
He had to get out of that organization. Same thing. But if you look at it, the same thing with Megatron. He like, man, I gotta go. I gotta get out of this organization.
Yeah.
Like Detroit is probably the worst run organization in the league, man. Other than probably Cleveland.
Hey, Vic 3, I don't even think Bill O'Brien is as bad as Chip Kelly, but
I can't get this dang controller in my butt. Let me put on this.
Chip Kelly
I
was
don't
making
know.
trades way before Bill O'Brien even thought about that crap. Chip
Hey,
Kelly out there
Steve,
dealing LaShawn McCoy and Deshaun Jackson. He made a lot of dumbass trades.
Yeah, for that. Who? Kiko Lonzo, right?
Yeah, linebacker.
Whatever his hell his name was. Yeah.
That could go in the top 5, top 10 worst trades ever. Like Kiko Lonzo, he was. Oh my gosh, man! I was so pissed about that.
Yo,
And it was straight. Wasn't it straight? It was straight up, right? We didn't get no picks or nothing. How do you even compare a Kiko Lonzo to LaShawn McCoy? Like, that don't even make any sense.
yo, this controller is like not coming apart.
I think we get T. Higgins or Jefferson in the first round. Hey, Nate, what make you think that?
Be right back.
All right.
What make you think that we're going to get Jefferson, basically what I'm talking about, a slot guy, and we need an X, meaning somebody on the outside, on the left side?
Yeah. Well,
hey, Charles, I kind of agree with you because Charles said we would have had a Super Bowl if it wasn't for Chip Kelly. Well, all that talent, when you look at the talent that we had, especially at the offensive side of the ball, McCoy, Deshaun Jackson, Macklin, and the list went on and on. We had Selleck, Michael Vick. So that talent, when you break down everybody by name and you look at it, we definitely should have won a Super Bowl. But I think it was just we reached for a head coach too fast, and we wound up with a dipshit.
yeah. Exactly. Charles, we wouldn't have a Super Bowl if it wasn't for Chip Kelly. I mean, don't get me wrong. Chip hired some good assistants, but I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to give a guy credit for failing so badly that he pushed your organization into success. I mean, my thing is that, look, Bill O'Brien is not a good GM, but Bill O'Brien has at least been coaching the league for 6 years. Chip Kelly got moved quickly. I mean, what he spent 3 with us and maybe 1 or 2 with San Fran, got moved quick.
No, he spent 1 year with San Fran. They got him right out of there.
3 with us, 1 with them.
They got him right out of there.
Yeah.
And what I don't understand, to the life of me, I don't understand how the heck did he get that much pull with Jerry Lurie. I don't know if he had some pictures about him or something, but it was crazy. Like,
that's a good question. Why did they do it?
Yeah, when I heard that they're basically stripping Howie of his powers and giving it to Chip Kelly, I'm like, why? What has he proven in this league to say, oh yeah, I'm going to be drafting the players now? Now, he did draft some good players though. I'm not going to say that he did wrong with drafting, but my thing was he wanted that power to get rid of the dudes that probably stood up to him in the locker room that was there before him, like Deshaun, like Macklin, like McCoy. You know, so once you got rid of them 3, I was out, man. I'm like, why? Like, I'm done with
I'm
this.
assuming he rolled those 2 10-win seasons. He tried to bankroll them 2 10-win seasons and say that, hey, if I had executive control, I can get us over the hump. But he tanked us, completely tanked us.
did. He did.
I mean, I'll give him this, man. He identified good coaches. He identified really good assistants. I'll give him that.
Yeah, he did. He did.
And he was pretty inventive when it comes to the sports science thing.
I mean, like you said earlier, he kind of did give a new arrival to the game with. I mean, dudes was doing the hurry up offense, but not at that level. And even Doug, like even with Doug, a lot of people might not like what I'm about to say, but we might have to give a hand. Well, Chip gave a hand in winning the Super Bowl because in 2013, when they went back. Remember, Doug said I went back to win the 27 touchdowns and 2 interception games. Now that was under Chip Kelly, so they played a lot like that, faster. You know, getting the RPOs, getting dudes open more, and that really put us in a position to win a Super Bowl. So not only Andy Reid, but Chip Kelly kind of, you know, put a little sauce on the Alfredo.
Tykeem Hilton, that comment doesn't make any sense, man. How did he destroy the franchise for 7 years? We won the Super Bowl 2 years later.
You said
Then
what?
we got
Yeah, numbers don't seem right to me, man.
Kelly destroyed the franchise for a 7-year stretch. I think he's talking about 2013. After 2013. Remember, it's 2020 now, so maybe I don't know.
Yeah, but you can't put that on Chip. What's going on now? It's got nothing to do with him.
Yo, could you imagine though, like, if we, I don't know. Yeah, I kind of came in at the end of that, anyways. I didn't control
Victory.
it, but
What do you mean it was his roster? Don't get me wrong. I mean, there were players like, well, Lane Johnson really wasn't his selection. That was Howie. But,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can give him Nelson Aguilar if you want. But, I mean, really and honestly, it was Joe Douglas. Joe Douglas when it came in and made the important free agent signings that offseason. He didn't do any better in the draft, though. I mean, I don't know. I mean, assuming Joe Douglas played a big role in the draft, I don't know. But
yeah, he said that the 3-4 defense with 4-3 players was dumb. Charles Smith said Chip's problem was he didn't know how to coach men, and he couldn't come up with the scheme to play once he got a lead in a game. He couldn't slow down. And it's cool going fast when you're winning. But like, yo, if you go back to back super fast plays and you go 3 now each time, you're really torturing your defense. After Andy Reid made us the smallest team in the league, Chip gave us some size back. Let's see. Hold on.
Wait, what you mean by that?
He said because he destroyed the wall.
Come on. Gave us some size back. A lot of good that did. What did he achieve that Andy Reid didn't do within a second season? Like, come on.
D'Angelo Thompson, and I think Barnett is not going to grow. My thing on Barnett is I think there was a time last season, there was like a 2 or 3 game stretch where he was starting to come into his own, and then he got hurt again. I do think he got talent, but we got to see more upside for that first round pick that we drafted him at. I do want to see more, but I do think this kid can play if he can stay healthy. And that's the biggest question for every Philadelphia Eagle on this member. And I say this in a lot of my videos, no matter how good this draft is, no matter all the signings we did when it comes to Hargrave, Slay, Roby Coleman, Will Park, moving Jalen Mills, if this team keeps getting killed by the injury bug the way we've been, football's football, you're going to have injuries. You can lose 15% of your team, but when you start to lose that 30%, anything higher than 30, if we get hit like we've been, it doesn't matter who we get in the draft and or free agent signings. We got to stay a little bit more healthier than what we've been.
Yeah, you definitely right about that.
Charles Smith, that's an interesting take, dude.
Where?
If Chip would not have traded DJ, basically, if Chip didn't tank the damn franchise, we would have never got Wentz. True, but we're giving him credit for tanking us. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I thought about that.
You're right, Charles. You're right, but
here's the thing, though. To say this, though, again, you're right about that. We would have never got Carson Wentz. I agree, but does Chip Kelly know he's doing this for that reason? No. He's trying to make this team good, and in the process of making this team good, he accidentally destroyed it. And so, it's
and how he went to basically go trade away all those crappy trades that Chip made to move him all the way up to the second pick. It was really Howie that got us. I would say Howie got us Carson.
No, Chip had us going wrong, but it stopped and changed the day he was fired. LOL. A couple people were talking about this guy. Rivals BT, I think, said it, and now Dwayne Aldridge arguing for life.
Guys, I don't know what Jannard Avery is. Look, he had an okay rookie season. Was out of place last year. I don't know what to make of him, guys. I think I don't want to overhype this kid, man, because he hasn't produced yet.
Yeah, and as a linebacker, I think he's one of them linebackers that he doesn't really play the linebacker role. He wants to rush the passer. He wants to be a defensive end. He's just not. Yeah. I mean, they use him he's like a stand-up rusher. But again, his rookie season in Cleveland was good, but other than that, he was a dog his rookie season. Though, don't get me wrong.
I'm just so confused though. Like, you give up a 3rd round pick, and the dude only had 1 game basically. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
we didn't give a 3rd.
Yes, we did.
We thought we gave a 4th.
All right, Mike. All right. 4th. You're right. It is a 4th. Players mess up, and I'm a player, so I messed up. So,
you're good. You scared me though when you said 3rd. I'm like, we gave a 3rd. I had to think about it for a second.
No, you're right, because we still got it. You're absolutely right. But still, you give up a 4th round pick, and this dude doesn't even touch the field. Is it because he don't fit your scheme? But if he don't fit your scheme, why would you even get him? You know what I mean? And the game that he played, I thought as though he did a good job. So I don't know why he's not. Maybe with the Bradham being gone, has Bradham been picked up yet?
No,
I don't think so.
Wow.
Listen, if we don't get a linebacker this draft and Bradham's still there, I'm gonna one of the main reasons we got rid of him is we got to get younger, and we weren't gonna pay him that $10 million he was owed, that money. So if he's still there, at the end of the day, throw him a veteran contract to get some depth in linebacker. I would do that, but that's about it. But let's see what y'all got on these stat what do you got, Miles Sanders stat predictions? Give it like a ballpark. What do you got
for the year?
Yeah.
You want to go, Gates, or you want me to go?
I'll go. I'll say that he'll have about. I'm gonna say he's gonna have about 300 carries. I'm gonna say about 900 to 1,000 yards. I'll say probably about 35 to 40 receptions. Probably pretty close to 500 yards receiving. That's about what I think he'll be.
Good.
950 rushing yards. 490 receiving yards.
I'm gonna throw out there. I'm gonna say 1,600 total yards when you combine from scrimmage, but I'm gonna say around that. I think we like to do committee, but if we don't get another big back, I think we can maybe change our committee up and start leaning more on a Miles Sanders kind of guy. So I'm gonna say he clips 1,000. I'm hoping he does. I'll give him like around Gate City actually, like 1,000 rushing, 500 receiving. So not 1,600, 1,500 around that.
I said what I said. If you peep my stats, because it just seemed like this organization make sure that you don't get over 1,000 or 500. You know what I mean? He just no. Seriously, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's some type of perks and contracts or whatever the case may be. But when you're close, either they won't give you the ball or it's just weird to me. So that's why I said 990 yards and I said 470 receiving.
Yeah. Well, okay, City, what were you about to say?
Joey Z, I was saying, yeah. I think they're going. Yeah, they're going. I'm assuming they're going Burrow, man. It seems unlikely they're going anywhere else with that pick.
Let me ask you this though: do you think Burrows can with maybe a healthier AJ Green and what's the other receiver they got over there? Tyler Boyd.
Yeah.
You think he can come in and not make him a playoff team, but you think he's going to produce over there?
No. It's not that I don't think he'll produce. I just don't think they're going to be a very good football team because AJ Green is still, 31, 32-ish? Like,
Yeah.
I think they're in trouble. Hey, guys, there's a few of you guys I see commenting on something. Let me, Charles, I think you're referring to, I think you're right. Juan Castillo hired, what was his name? We just hired his son. We just hired his son to come in here to teach the wide nine.
Oh, that's definitely bold.
But Juan Castillo, I can't remember the guy's name, guys. I'll have to go look it back up. From the Titans to come in here and run the wide nine principle. We just hired this guy's son to come in here and help us run the wide nine again. But when you go to Chip Kelly's staff, he had, I think his name was Jerry Azanero or some shit like that. It was a guy that he brought from Oregon to coach the D line, and then Billy Davis was the D coordinator.
Nobody said they traded DJ.
What did he say about D-Jax? That he was what? Go back here.
Yeah,
Nobody said that they traded him though. Nobody said they traded him.
I missed something.
Paul said that he released Deshaun Jackson.
Huh? I'm not going to say we didn't because I don't know, but that would seem very unlikely.
I'm not sure.
No, we did. We released him. We didn't trade for him. We got nothing for.
Oh no! Oh, Paul, my bad, Paul. I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. I thought you meant we just released him.
Oh, okay, yeah,
No.
yeah. We
say, what happened?
What depth are we talking about here in this done? D cool. What depth are we talking about? I missed the context.
Who is he calling a moron?
It might be something going on in the comment section, guys. I don't know. I can't see.
No, because he also said that I'm slow and brain dead. What are you talking about?
I don't even know what the depth one was. So real quick about the Miles Sanders stat prediction. We got a couple people saying that he might eclipse 1,000 yards. We got D'Angelo Adams said 1,000. Antonio Holmes said 1,000.
Ooh, someone said 1K both.
That would be lovely. Yeah, he pulled that up earlier. Yeah. That's definitely a bold prediction.
1K all-purpose yards, and Boston Scott has 800 plus. Dang, we'd be running the ball every play. What's to get that?
Yeah, hey, Philly Fan D, I got his context now that he was referring to back when Chip Kelly was here. I thought he was saying that we just released Deshaun Jackson. I was like, wait, what? Yeah. He about to have me go Google something. I was like, what?
Hey, actually, Philly Mike, that's really not a lot. 1,800 yards. They saying all purpose.
Yeah.
Yards for both of them. That's really
because they kicked out the backfield.
Nairi Watson, I think we got Kiko when we traded McCoy because we traded McCoy to Buffalo and Kiko came from Buffalo.
Yeah. Slays the Coop killer. I ain't mad at it.
Definitely is. The numbers show.
Bradham lost us a couple games. I feel like with the broke hands. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that we need to get Bradham because he's a game changer, but we need to bring depth in. So depending on what the Eagles do at the in the draft, hey, he's still out there on a veteran contract. Why not? I mean, he might get hurt, so he might be a backup anyways. But I'm hoping the Eagles address.
He lost a step. He lost a step, man. I think the injuries have weighed in on him, and he's lost a step.
Correct.
He's not the same guy he was in 2017.
No way. I agree. I mean, even in my Nigel Bradham video that I made about cutting him, it was mainly because of the money. But yeah, I spoke about him losing a step. He's not the same. Even when he played, he was a liability when playing. But again, Duke Riley or him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, McCoy was trade. Nyree Watson said that's how we got Kiko. Yeah, the Kiko trade was for LaShawn McCoy.
I think there's a time lapse, guys. There might be. I'm assuming there's a time lapse from when we're talking to when you guys are getting this.
Yeah, but also I was stuck on earlier comments because I was still trying to make up. So sometimes I don't.
No. There's a lot of comments rolling in about Djax being being cut, not traded.
True. I think people are reading.
I don't think it's a time lapse because I'm looking at us and I'm looking at. Yeah, it's really not a time lapse.
Matt, who are we going to trade them to, though, man? I mean, I guess if we can find an interested party and we're going to go get, Denzel Mims or a T. Higgins type player, sure. But I just don't know who would have that much value in them. Who's going to value them enough to get rid of them?
We're not going to get him because Howie's not going to admit defeat. He never does, and he probably never will. He doesn't trade a dude after a year, especially as high as a second-round pick. So I think Whiteside is here to stay, especially for this year. So hopefully he gets better and get used to him.
Got you, Charles.
Yeah,
got you.
Charles Smith
he was explaining what was going
on. Charles Smith said Bradham had the same amount of touchdowns as JJ.
It's true.
Wait, did
he had that?
Did he?
No, JJ had one touchdown, and so did Bradham when he picked up that fumble.
Yeah, he did have that one across he had that one.
I thought he had one touchdown.
Yeah, he did. He did have one. Yeah.
Well, when you look at 10 catches and one of them being a touchdown, that's pretty good odds. Every 10 catches, he gets a touchdown.
Yeah, exactly. We can get him up to 30. We get him up to 30 catches, bro.
That's 3 touchdowns, bro. But D'Angelo Adams, but the free agent Brown will somewhat play a factor due to speed and size with our upgrades D-line. Yeah, I think Jatavius Brown, he runs a 4.4. I think he'll help. I don't think he's that guy who can command the middle, though. But I do think we're going to address in the linebacker in the draft. I don't know how early we will. You know how the Eagles are with linebackers. We don't. And
No, we haven't taken a linebacker since *79, dude. In the first round, like it's not. I'm not gonna say something won't happen. I'm just gonna say that would really be like a departure from what we know about Howie Roseman. Now, would we all be in favor of that? Yeah, I mean, look, I would rather go receiver because the way we stack things. But look, I mean, if the right player's there and the receivers that we want are off the board, you can't get back. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Do you guys think Murray or Queen's worth the 21st pick, though?
No.
See, that's my problem, too, as I think they're end of the first round talents. End of the first round, beginning of the second round. That's where I put both of them.
Yeah. So and if you want to go ahead.
No, I was going to say about the time lapse. Like I said, sometimes this is about maybe like 20 seconds off of YouTube, but also sometimes I don't look at the newer comments because I'm still trying to, gather all the old ones too and not just skip by. But every once in a while, when I'm too far behind, I just hit new comment and get back to the upper half of the comments.
Brad, I get what you're saying, man. But let's keep that in context of the era of football we're talking about. We're a little more pass happy in the league now.
Well, Alshon won't start until like the middle of the season.
No, he's talking about Whiteside. Like, he's making legitimate comparisons, saying like Mike Quick had 10 catches, Carmichael had 28 their first year. They also played lesser amounts of games, and they also played in offenses that did not spread the ball around nor pass the ball as much. So, you know what I mean? You also got to look at the opportunities that were afforded to JJ too. With a lot of guys going down to injury and being a second-round pick, he should have been the man.
Here's a good one.
Now, I'll say this in JJ's defense, Brad. Not everything's his fault. Coaching played a big role in that.
Yeah, I was gonna say this one.
Played a large role.
Look at what they threw at JJ. They were asking him to do a lot. He had to learn the X, Y, and Z position. That was a bad move on the coaching staff to throw on a rookie. I want to say this, the fact that he wasn't able to grab some of these route running concepts and all that, I do believe the Eagles put too much on this kid's plate in the beginning. You gotta bring him in to one of these positions. I'm not saying throughout his career he can't play all these positions, but in the beginning, I think you got to let this man thrive at a certain position, and do what he got to do in that situation, and then you start to move him. I think it was a lot to ask. But for them to feel like they could give him that much on his plate, what did he show them to make them think that? And then how come when they realized, the struggling was happening during the season, why not go a different way? Even though we knew Carson Walsh was trash,
He was. He's horrible. He was a horrible coach. I was calling him out all year. I was like, dude, come on, man. Look at the way these guys are running routes. Like, bro, I coach high school. I coach, camps. I can do a better job than this. And I'm not anyone you want to be hired by the Eagles to coach the receivers. But I damn sure could have done better than Walsh did. With that said, guys, this is one thing I will say. Man, there were some things that were going on during the season. JJ should have known better, man. His route running was really bad, even for a rookie. Like, I can't put it all on the coaching staff, but it clearly compounded. The decisions that were made, the lack of coaching. But there were some basic principles that he should have known. And he wasn't doing things right. I'm not going to say that JJ's done. I don't know that he's done. I mean, it's a tough one, man. I'm also not going to sit here and try to sell you guys sunshine and rainbows and tell you everything's going to be okay.
Yeah. At the end of the day, my take on JJ is always this. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because of how bad the coaching was. There were things that I seen that were, bad at a level where I'm like, coaching's bad, but like you said, come on, bro, you got to do better than that. But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's 1 year. We got to see a little bit more, but I'm not holding my breath like how you said. I'm not going to try to sell something that you can't sell 10 catches. Greg Ward Jr., he's not a rookie, but he came off the practice squad and had more than 10 catches. Like, he played less games, had more production. So it's very alarming. But if you J.J. Arthur with Whiteside, size and speed combination, and what he was able to do in college, I thought he would have been able to translate a little bit better. It did shock me, the fact that he didn't.
Eagles clips. To me, that's an easy question. It's JJ because Alshon won't be ready by week 1. That's your option. It's 11:25. But Eagles clips. Who's the new wide receiver coach? Aaron Moorhead, former Colts receiver, coached at Vanderbilt. I think Texas A&M. He coached at. Look, I don't know the guy personally, guys. I don't. I know that he's getting a lot of praise from players who have been around him. They say that he's a really good coach, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, back on JJ, I think a Whiteside, I felt as though he wasn't used how he was used in college. Like, if you look at his tapes, if you look at his college, and I'm pretty sure that this organization did before they drafted him, you got to understand that he wasn't a route runner. Now, is that something that you can practice, that you can be better at? Yes. But when you just bringing him in and you basically throwing him into the Lions, then you got to make sure that you use his best attributes. And I feel as though that wasn't done. The red zone, the high targets, the over-the-shoulder pass, the 50-50 balls, that wasn't used. So we'll see if they do that this year.
Real quick, Maz Muhammad, who would you have guys picked Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown over Dillard?
No. You never go receiver over tackle, guys. If you need a left tackle, you get your left tackle long before a receiver.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you ain't gonna be able to get the ball deep to a guy like that if you're hurting at that position. The left tackle is the blind side to a right-handed quarterback, which there's more right-handed quarterbacks in the league. Man, blind side. That's a good movie too. Check it out.
Guys, let me make a prediction. Teams like the Jets and other teams, if they go draft a receiver before they go tackle, all they're doing is collecting players for the Eagles 2 years from now to go trade for them during the trade deadline. That's what they're doing.
That's yeah, my brother's a Jet fan, and although he won CeeDee Lamb, he knows the need that he knows how bad he needs a tackle. So he wants CeeDee Lamb, but the general concept of football, you gotta start at the trenches on both sides. When your team needs that, like a team like the Colts, the offensive line is stacked. They need the playmakers now.
Yeah.
What do we think Rasul trade value is?
So Douglas, late round.
Huh?
Late round. I'd say 5th round or less. What about you guys?
I would say 4th or 5th, a later 4th or 5th. I would
If
take.
you get a 4th round, I think that would be incredible value.
Yeah, I would take that. So, but yeah, I mean, heard that rumor about them trying to trade Dante Pettis straight up for us. The Niners was trying to.
Oh wow, really?
There was a rumor. I don't know how true it is, but I guess supposedly, if the rumor is true, that we said no to it. And Dante Pettis ain't nothing special either, though. But
yeah, Brad Wright, Jerry Rice
Joe
almost had 1,000 yards receiving his first season, dude.
he did. Wait, what did you think about him?
He said Jerry Rice was a bust his first season. No, he wasn't.
What?
No, he definitely wasn't. He almost had 1,000-yard receiving right out the gate, man. He caught 49 passes for 927 yards, 18.9 yard average.
Oh wow!
First of all, hey Steve, no disrespect to the comment, but we cannot even come on. Really, we're gonna put JJ on thinking Rice on Jerry Rice in the same.
No. To his defense, he does say he's not saying JJ is anything remotely similar to Rice.
But he's saying
I'm just pointing out that Rice didn't have a slow start to his career. He jumped right in.
Personally, I feel as though we do need to be patient on JJ.
Yeah.
Who knows? He might have a breakout second year, or you know what I'm saying. But
yeah,
I just felt as though the coaching staff failed him too. You know what I mean? Like he failed us, but I feel as though the coaching staff failed him too.
Yeah. With the Eagles not valuing the linebacker position, isn't that sending a memo to the league that that's your weakness? A lot of teams that attack us, they were able to beat us down in the field with our horrible cornerback play. But yeah, the middle of the field is going to be another spot that's now more suspect. With losing Malcolm Jenkins, who played in the box, that helped solidify the middle. But again, the Eagles a lot of times stay in like the sub packages we play. We play 2 linebackers. We normally bring a safety down in the box to play on side of the linebacker. But I'm really hoping again.
So here's the thing, Daddy Cool. I think the league in general
is moving.
They're devaluing linebackers. Okay. No argument. We are in an extreme end of that devaluation, no doubt about it. But we're also one of the best run defenses in this league. And if you want to get to our linebackers, you got to go through the teeth of that defensive line. And a lot of teams just can't do that.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
I wanted to say that. Yeah. Teams with good linebackers normally can stop play to run really well. With us having a suspect of a linebacking core as we do, the fact that we can stop the run really credits how we use our defensive line and D-tackle play, and that's a lot of Fletcher Cox. Now, I do want to say this, though. You also see the teams, and I agree with you, the whole league is devaluing linebacker, but the teams that do have good linebackers, they're good Mike linebackers, the Luke Kuechly's, the Bobby Wagners, but they stay in a lot of 4-3. Yeah, they're sideline guys. But they stay in their big packages more. The Eagles, we don't play big packages as much because our D line can handle the job. Now, but if a running back does get past the D line, we struggle to tackle, and that's because of the lack of a middle linebacker who can run side to side, like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tykeem. Yeah, Anquan Bolden was not a burner, nor was Jerry Rice. But the thing is for every player you give, I disagree. Look, Brunson's my boy. He's wrong on Marvin Harrison. Marvin Harrison ran a 4.340. Randy Moss was fast. Terrell Owens was fast for a big guy. Like, for every guy that you can say, like a Jerry Rice and Anquan Bolden, there are the other side of that too. Like, I agree with what you're saying. It's not necessarily about the. I think Brunson's point, and this is where I agree with the overall point of what he's saying, is don't fall in love with dudes in shorts. That your 40 time doesn't mean game speed always. It's about how well you know the route, how well you know, how well your connection is with the quarterback, the chemistry between you two, how the timing and rhythm is between you guys. And then it also has to do with how good you are at reading and getting leverage on cornerbacks. That's where real game speed comes into play. And that's why guys like Anquan Bolden that ran a 4.71, Jerry Rice, who also I think ran a 4.7, gained a lot of separation, even though they would lose in a foot race to a lot of guys. I would also say, though, outside of Anquan Bolden, I love Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice would have a hard time running a 4.7 in today's NFL. Dudes are bigger, stronger, and faster.
Oh yeah, listen, the game in all sports, the game always changes and stuff, and you just got to be able to adapt to the changes. I think one of the biggest changes on defense is you need speed to cover. It's becoming more of a passing league. You need speed. So I'm not saying the dominant linebacker is going to die, and I do believe the Eagles. I like the linebacker position. I'm not part of the Eagles organization though, but yeah, just the way Jim Schwartz plays. He plays coverage. He wants to only blitz. Jim Schwartz wants to play coverage. He wants to blitz his front four, and that's it. And so by that, he's going to have fast guys in linebacking positions, the Malcolm Jenkins coming in the box and stuff like that, because he's saying, yo, I built this D-line to do what he needs to do. And, that's what the Eagles do. And so we don't need a Bobby Wagner to clean up anything from side to side because there shouldn't be much to clean up, I think. That's their mindset.
He means Ertz, man. Come on. Y'all know. Now, I'm talking about the comments. He's saying Ertz, guys.
What's more likely, trade up or trade back? I think everybody's
trade back, probably. I honestly don't think we're going to do either. I think we're going to stay put and select, but I think trading back's the more likely scenario. I mean, honestly, guys, who knows? How much of this is the Eagles just putting things out there and feeling the league out? Because if Howie makes it known the Eagles want to trade up, teams are going to be like, well, we know you want to trade up, so what are you willing to pay for it?
That's a good question, though, Eagles Clips.
Overall?
I was debating with it. Debating with it 2 years ago, but with the injury to Fletcher, man, and when you turn on the tape of Aaron Donald, it's just all world. And not only that, he's undersized. So I probably will go Aaron Donald, man.
Overall, as an overall defensive tackle, it's not even close. Fletcher Cox is the better player. As a pass rushing D tackle, it's not even close. Aaron Donald's the better player.
Yeah, I was just gonna say D tackle being able to stop the run, Fletcher. But again, Aaron Donald broke the image because a D tackle is not supposed to get 20 sacks. This guy is not supposed to get 20 sacks.
But D tackle is not supposed to be undersized like that.
But that dude's brawling.
Yeah, dude's crazy, man.
He also they both also getting paid too. So
here's another one. Should we go wide receiver with our first two picks? That's one of them debatable things.
Charles, I missed the context. What do you mean Fletcher won a Super Bowl against the same quarterback he lost to? Aaron Donald and Fletcher Cox playing the same division.
No, he's saying because we beat the Patriots and they lost to the Patriots.
They lost Tom Brady.
Oh, got you, bro. Over my head, under my feet, bro.
But Fletcher Cox didn't. I mean, he had some hits on Tom Brady. Like if you break down the tape, he did. But I was suspecting him to go off that game. You know what I mean? And I really didn't see that from Fletch. But he definitely had some hits on Tom Brady.
Yo, let's put it this way.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Even with that hit, with the Brandon Graham strip set, like if Brandon Graham didn't strip sack him. Fletcher Cox was right there, so he got a lot of pressure, and he did what he was supposed to do. But I just thought he was going to be a beast, man, in the Super Bowl. And I don't know if
he's trying to come for me at NC State again, bro.
That's expected from an NC State guy.
Y'all two be beefing. I thought me and Charles be beefing. Y'all two be beefing, boy. He don't like no schools but
bro. These colleges down here ain't no joke, bro. It's crazy, man.
Philly fan D said, "Gotta say our defense wasn't good in the Super Bowl. We only allowed 505 yards. It's not that much."
Now they came up with a play when we needed to play, but we were burnt toast.
Yeah,
we allowed 580 yards. 505 was just in the air.
Oh yeah, just passing. Yeah, I would go back to back receivers. Cox drilled Brady on the last play of the game.
Joseph, we kind of covered this a little earlier, but I'll do it again, man. I think we all feel that he's end of the first round into the mid 40s. If he doesn't make it at the end of the first round, probably somewhere in the 40s.
We almost at that 4-hour mark.
Bro, I didn't even think we were going to be here this long, bro.
Me either.
Especially with it being this late. Me neither.
Yeah.
All right, let's get a couple more. And so Matthew said, "What are your ideal first two picks?" We touched on this a lot early, 3 hours ago, but we bring it back up a little bit.
Hey, we usually do this. I see us a whole bunch of new people in the chat. Shout out to all of y'all. We usually do this. We usually have people check in. You know, let us know where you watching from, man. Where you from, man? Check in.
Benjamin Crafton. I like that, actually. I like that pairing.
Yeah, I was Mims and Rieger in the first. Mims or Rieger in the first, and then Jefferson in the third. That's if we don't go back to back. But I'm not sure if the Eagles will actually do the back to back receiver. I'm not saying I won't. I'm not saying I don't want it. But if we got two back to back, I think if we could trade up in the second to get the Jefferson or Mims in the first and a Rieger or a Uick in the second. Well, a Uick will be there later. Rieger's a guy I think is going to go early in the second. But you get them two. I feel good about coming out of the
Brad
offense.
Hey, Brad, I got you, man. I let him know that you weren't comparing those two together. I said that in your defense, you did spell out that you're not saying that J.J. Arcega-Whiteside is anything remotely close to Jerry Rice.
Yeah. We got that.
Jefferson not greater than Rieger, man. I'm sorry. I like them both. Don't get me wrong, but Rieger's ceiling's a lot higher, man.
2 times. Say he's from West Philly.
2 times.
You already
2 times.
West Philly, the best Philly.
He said, born and raised in Dallas, Texas, but been a Philly fan since I started watching football. Antonio Holmes is from San Antonio, Texas.
Okay.
We got
VA in
Flint, Michigan. Eagles since 1987. That was before I was born.
Dang, young buck. We got VA. Who from VA? I seen VA. Mississippi. Who from Mississippi? I seen. I can't.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and check. But what do you say? My wish list: first round CeeDee Lamb, second Denzel Man, that'd be sweet.
Yeah, where are you gonna play them? It's basically you're double dipping at the same. You're double dipping at the same alignment.
The same alignment.
Yeah.
We got North Philly over here.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought he said San Antonio, Texas, though.
Born.
D'Angelo Adams, Mississippi. There we got the Mississippi.
He's a deep
McNeil he's the VA. Oh, he's out there by LB, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, Woodbridge is over by the mall. I know it's in Northern Virginia.
Hey, shout out to Kara. She said she put the kids to sleep, baths, and all that. and we still and came back and we still on live.
Yo, that's crazy. I'm about to. Yo, but real quick, Vic 3, Bethlehem, PA. I'm an Eagles fan since birth. Hey, yo, I live over here in Easton, so I got people in Bethlehem. So we only a hop, skip, and a jump away from each other. 15
Where
minutes.
Bethlehem? Where
Huh?
Bethlehem at?
It's the ABE. It's like, and it's the
Wow.
part of Pennsylvania they're all together. Allentown, Bethlehem.
Yeah, you're definitely close to him, bro. You're definitely close to him.
Carapool said, "Yeah, we 1991 babies. Yeah, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?"
Yeah, Jameer. The only reason I know that is my wife. She's from Manassas. That's where she grew up at, Manassas. So.
And real quick on that double dip receiver thing, I just wanted to say a lot of people are down for doing both. I ain't opposing it, but I think because of the other things we got to fill, I think we go receiver first, and I think we touch up another receiver because I do want two, but I think we can get one of them later steals like the Quez Watkins, the later guys who are still good. But go back to seeing who are people from. Oh dang! It just jumped on me big time. Carapool from Virginia.
D'Angelo Adams. I kind of agree with that, bro. That's a good point. Rhaegar's pro day. That's a game changer. That's a game changer. I even got to give a Dookie fan credit for that, for tipping me off onto the actual highlight reel of it.
Yo, Gate City. He said I met up with LB a couple times. I work next to
Potomac Mills. Yeah, I know where it's at.
Born in Trinidad, raised in West Los Angeles, California.
Okay. Trini in the building.
A Vic 3. I did a video, I think yesterday, on Chase Claypool. The thing is about Chase Claypool is this. I think the kid has the physical attributes that either your mom gave it to you or you ain't got it, simply put. But I think he's being overhyped on his vertical abilities. He can't track the ball. He's not very good at it. But I think he's being undersold on his ability to play a lot of the route tree from the X receiver positioning, like as aligned as an X receiver. I thought he was pretty impressive on film at running out, coming back, curling. I thought they undersold his ability to do that, and they oversold his ability to get vertical. I do like the kid. I'm wondering how many teams see him as an X and how many teams want to move him inside as a bigger slot. Some people have even said that, teams there's still a handful of teams that believe that kid's a tight end or an H-back. So, I mean, it would be hard to tell what the Eagles front office and coaching staff thinks. I wish they actually did interviews where they talked about the prospects like that, so we would have an idea of how they view them. Because that would give us a better idea of when we talk about our stuff. We would have a pretty good idea of how they're viewing that person. We'll give you a better idea of how they're valuing them. Also, probably why they'll never release that, because then other teams will be all over that.
Yo, real quick, Jameer McNeil and Dwayne Aldridge. I felt young saying 1991. You got these guys are 2000 and 2001.
Oh yeah, they're young.
2000 boys in here, man. That's a 2000 thing. That's young. That's not young.
I graduated high school in 01, bro.
Hey, listen, that's fresh blood. That's fresher than me.
Yeah.
Like, damn, 2000.
Bucks County. He said 2021 is cap hell for the Eagles. We're gonna need Howie Roseman to do what he does best when it comes to numbers and get some restructuring done. We're gonna need to do something.
I actually kind of agree with that, man. I put a video out saying that we're in a really good place in 2022 and 2023, but we got some work to do in 2021.
And how many guys did you say we have? How many guys we're going to have to
38 guys are under contract. But keep in mind that number includes Deshaun Jackson and Alshon. So if you were to basically release those contracts or trade them, that's 36 players. You got a lot of room to make up for, man. I mean,
me personally, I don't know how y'all feel, but I feel as though Alshon is going to be here this year, but next year I don't think he'll be here. So
Yeah.
I would really kind of get, move away from that contract. I don't know how much he gets. I know he gets 26 mil this year, but I don't know how much he get next year.
Yeah. Hey, is it D'Angelo or Danglo Adams? This is what I'll say, man. If Wentz is okay, and there's really not a beef between Wentz and Alshon, and the beef, Wentz just got caught up in some weird crossfire, and the beef was really between Howie and Alshon. If he's okay with it, Alshon can still play, man. Yeah, he's slower. He can still play. He's still going to be probably the best X receiver we're going to pluck out right now and throw into a lineup if healthy. But I don't know, man. I mean, you got to make sure that relationship is fine. You got to make sure it's not weighing down the locker room. That's the problem. I mean, if there's no issue in the locker room, there's no issue with the players. If they can repair that relationship and it's not a big deal, go for it. If it's a big deal, man, I think you got to either keep him on the PUP list and then IR him if he'll let you do that, or you got to let him go.
Yeah. But again, I'm also thinking that if the Eagles are able to get him to play, after week 8 and he gets healthy, again, like you said, the wingspan, the fact that he gives probably our best X receiver, even after it's all said and done, unless we get one of them great X and they're able to contribute right away from the draft, you're going to put his trade value up by showing he can play. But again, this all is after he gets healthy. And like you said, if we can make sure there's no drama there. And like you said, also, if we're flying high, if we're like 7-1 if we're 7-1 at the 8-game mark, like you don't want to break up the chemistry you got going on.
Exactly. Charles.
Yeah, but he also can be.
Do you honestly think? Yeah, I honestly think Malcolm Jenkins is the rat, man. Come on.
Where's that?
Come on, bro. Malcolm's a lot of things. I don't think he's a rat.
Man, he trolling right now.
Yeah, you crazy. Come on, man.
But back to Alshon, it's crazy because you know how that's around the trade deadline and stuff like that. If Alshon come back 100% and we're rolling how we rolling, right? He can be one of the best acquisitions, in the league. You know what I mean? So I do like Alshon. Has he lost a step? Yes. Was he hurt? Yes. Now, this injury that he coming from, this Liz Frank, ain't no joke.
Oh yeah, that's true.
What I mean? This Liz Frank ain't no joke. So he's not going to be. He never been a burner down the field. We know that, but he might only be used in red zone packages. You know what I mean? But my thing is, you're paying $26 million for just a guy to do something in the red zone, and I feel as though he got to go next year. You know what I mean? You can't pay this guy again.
P-Dot. This is what I'll say, man. Depending on where the Eagles draft a center will tell you a lot. If we go first or second round and pluck a center out, I think the writing's on the wall. I don't know. I get the gut feeling this is his last year too, but I don't know. Guys change their mind, so we'll have to see.
And that's the crazy thing though. 2021, we're gonna have to, like you said, there's gonna be a lot of things that need to get done just to fix it. Like you said, we're good when it comes to 2022 and 2023, but 21, it's a lot of stuff, a lot of uncertainty for guys. Probably there's going to be Eagles that has been here for a while that might not be able to come back. They'll be here for 2020, but 2021, like you said, woo.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be a tough situation. Philly Fan D, I don't know, man. I mean, when you go back and you look at earlier in the season, Alshon looked all right to me. He didn't look like there was anything wrong. I think when you start getting those lower body injuries and you keep playing and playing and playing and you're not getting the proper time frame to let that stuff heal, it adds up to the point to where he probably started weakening tendons and stuff in his foot, and eventually got to Liz Frank. I don't know, man. That's a hard thing to say. Like, you never know. You know, between 29 and about 34, 35-ish, corners and receivers normally take a nosedive. So maybe he is, maybe he's not. It's hard to say. He looks like he can still play to me, but I do agree that there were some targets across the middle of the field that were going into the end zone. He normally elevates up and pulls that ball down, and he didn't do that last year. That was the first thing I noticed, that something wasn't right with the foot because he just wasn't getting vertical. But look, man, it's hard to say. Those things are really hard to say.
If he's there in a second, do they trade up for Ruiz?
It depends on how high you're trying to trade up. It depends on what you did in the first round. I think the Eagles probably should go receiver. I doubt they do. I think they'll spend one of their 2 picks on receiver, and then I think you'll see a receiver come off the board in the 3rd or 4th round again. So possibly, because Benjamin, that's a big need. They need a center.
Alligator arms.
Like Nelson.
Yo, that's crazy.
Hey, hell, real good looking, man. We try to do this every week, every Saturday. You know, supposed to be around 5 o'clock, but things happen, and dudes got lives, man. But we appreciate everybody that's standing with us. We usually go around 3 to 4 hours. You know what I mean? And that's what we doing. So I appreciate all y'all, man.
Yo. Anyways, real quick before I wanted to say to this, D'Angelo Adams, Foles would throw it up, and Foles would take more chances on riskier balls, giving people an opportunity to go up and make a play. I agree. And Wentz has been a guy who hasn't thrown much interceptions, and I appreciate that fact. He tried to take care of the ball more, but I think once you build chemistry with a guy, that's what they need. I think the revolving door at receiver when Wentz was playing, unlike it was when Foles was playing, like, the Chicago, when Foles stepped in, we still had people again. I think at the end of the season, even though these receivers weren't good, you saw Carson Wentz trust a guy like Rob Davis and throw it up there. He trusts J.J. Arcega-Whiteside with a 50-50 ball at the end of the season. That's more of a trust thing, just to you can throw your receivers open. And I think if we get a core that can grow with Carson Wentz, you'll see Carson Wentz do that more. Because in 2017, Carson Wentz was just saying, go get it, Jeffrey. Go get it, Jeffrey. He was doing that in 17 before his ACL. But I hear you.
But the thing with Nick Foles is like, man, I'm a backup. I don't have nothing to lose. I got everything to gain and nothing to lose. So I'm gonna throw that ball up. That's what I do. You know what I mean? So it's kind of different comparing the 2 quarterbacks.
I like Ruiz at center, but he can't start this year. No, if you get that guy, you gotta let Kelsey start until he's ready to go.
Exactly. Yeah, there's no debate about that at all.
Yeah, he said once we get a Ruggs or Rieger, we'll open up the draft board. Yeah, like I said, Gate City's always been on Rieger, and I did a community poll on what 2 players I should do a player comparison of. And so that's the one that picked. So I did that video. I released it yesterday, I believe it was. When I did the tape, when I watched more of the tape to prepare for Rieger, I started liking him a little bit more than what I did prior. Like I said, at 5'11", you would not think he can get that many contested catches, but I was surprised how many times he went back shoulder in the end zone. Back shoulder, 50-50 balls, 42-inch vertical. I came a little bit more around on Rieger. It's going to be very interesting what happens in this draft. I just hope they don't ruin it for us.
See, that's the thing, too, is that his vertical really shows up on film. And that's the key to me. It's okay to jump 42 inches, but can you do it in a game situation? And it really shows up on film, man. That kid can elevate.
Yo, there was one play where they just do a Hail Mary at the end of the game.
I that last night.
And he just, I mean, nobody really jumps in that one, but he's up in the, I mean, his waist is at people's helmets. It's crazy.
But he did it real sneaky. Like he was, when the ball was in the air, he actually was still just walking to the goal line. He turned around and he high pointed the ball. And I feel as though that's one of his more attractive things that he does over Mims is high pointing the football. This dude high points the football probably the second or third best in the draft.
Real quick.
That's a tough one, man, because I honestly, like I said, I believe in Rhaegar a lot, but I'd be more comfortable if the Eagles traded back to get him.
Me too.
Appreciate the super chat, Rockley. Would you rather have a top 3 receiver or four second round picks? 4.
I'm confused. What's going on right now?
We only have one.
Thing is, would you rather trade up and get one of the top 3 receivers, or end up getting 4 picks in the second round instead?
Yeah, but how will we get
top 3 receivers or 4 picks in the second round?
But how do we go from having only 1 pick to 4?
I think he's talking about like in a perfect world.
Oh, I would take the 4 second round picks.
Yeah, I'd take the second round picks too.
I
don't want to walk with 2 guys.
Hey, Gates, what's the last thing that you said? I was about to hit on that. What's the last thing you said?
Oh, I was saying that I'm a huge Rhaegar fan, but I would like to trade back to get him. I don't know if I'd want to take him at 21.
All right, so let me ask y'all this, y'all and everybody in the comment section. Who you think, if we don't get him, who you think is going to go first, Mims or Rhaegar?
It's close.
It's so close.
I think if we take Mims is going to go first. I think if here's the thing. Mims has a chance to be taken by Oakland. That is a thing. Oakland's been interested in Mims. I think if the Eagles went with Jefferson or someone else, I don't think Minnesota's pick is going to be. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, Minnesota has that pick now. I don't think Minnesota's pick would be Mims. I think that they're going to go after a Rhaegar.
Yeah. I was going to say this. The 2 people I'm worried about taking Rhaegar after we go is the Vikings and the Saints.
Yep. That'd be my fear, is that if you don't take him at 21 and you trade back, Minnesota might laugh at you and say, thanks for that, Rhaegar.
Right.
Yeah.
But I just want to touch this Zach Ertz thing again. I would trade Zach Ertz right now while his value is high. I think you can get some real prime real estate for him. Wentz ain't going to like it, but nobody is very fond of the business side of sports. Yeah, I'm just going to say this. I'd rather die with Zach Ertz, but again, we got to talk about the business side. The fact that 21 is looking real suspect with money. The fact that Zach Ertz is going to want bigger money. The fact that we got Dallas Goedert, even though we love 12-man personnel, do we really love it, or do we love it because that's the best talent to put out on the field? You know what I mean? So if we could ever resort to a heavier wide receiver game, we might not be that fond of 12-man personnel, even though I like it a little bit. It's really rough for a lot of us to say, like, yeah, just get rid of Zach Ertz. But when it comes down to business and the fact that 21 is going to be rough, you cannot not consider it. You have to think about it. And because every year, he gets to be 30. He gets to be 31. Say you give him a decent 2-3 year contract. Now at 31, 32, he's less valuable to other teams. I still think he got gas left in the tank, but Dallas Goedert is up and coming. So there's a lot of pros and cons to both sides.
So do you think there's a chance that one of these guys picking behind us? I don't think Minnesota's going to jump us. I think Minnesota's just going to stand still and take whoever we don't take. But if you get a guy or you get a team, not a guy, but you get a team like New Orleans, do you think New Orleans might try to jump us?
Yeah, I could see that.
Where are they going to jump us, though? Who's trading out?
Wait, what is New Orleans? New Orleans is what, 26,
I think?
6?
I think they
27, something like that, I think. So how far are you trading to get ahead of us, and what would that cost you?
Who's 20? Who's picked 20? Who picked right before us?
The Jaguars, isn't it?
And I think the Jaguars want a corner, right? Because trying to fulfill that Jalen Ramsey spot.
They just traded for didn't they just trade for somebody? Or no, they traded someone, didn't they?
Well, they got rid of AJ Boye, but then they picked up Chris Harris Jr.
Yeah, I still think they're going to need a corner.
Exactly. So I think they would try to go that CJ Henderson type. So CJ Henderson might be there by 25 or something. So that's when maybe the Saints are able to trade up with the Jaguars, which is right in front of us, and then do some dirty stuff to us. But
so we got Miami's 5. Hang on, guys. I'm moving down. I know Miami's 18, but then Oakland's 19. And then Jacksonville's 20. So to me, the team I think is the most obvious to trade out would be either Jacksonville or Miami. But I think Miami isn't going to want to trade back to 26 or 27. You know what I'm saying? Because they're going to need an offensive tackle. So 21, I could see them trading with us. I don't know about 26. What do you guys think about Jacksonville doing that, though?
What, trading back?
Because here's the thing. Once Fuller goes off the board, who are you taking that corner at 20?
Fuller.
You know what I'm saying? CJ. CJ Henderson, my bad, guys. Once CJ Henderson's off the board, who are you taking at corner?
But what about that Fulton dude? He's a good corner. He's been
back in the first round, though, man.
But
he's nowhere near CJ Henderson. CJ Henderson's way above him.
You think, okay, Akuta's the first corner that comes off, but that's early, okay? Yep. So who's the second corner that comes off the board?
CJ Henderson would be the second rated guy. And then you got a couple of guys that are – you got a guy in Christian Fulton who has a first-round grade, but it's end of the first round.
What about your boy Trevon Diggs?
Trevon Diggs is early second, late first.
But remember, I used to tell you that CJ Henderson. Didn't you two? I thought you used to tell me that Diggs was higher than Henderson at one time.
He was at one time. He was.
Yeah. All right. What about Jeff Gladney? He's moving
now,
up.
For the Eagles, I would take Diggs if I was the Eagles in that situation, but we're not. The Eagles aren't that situation. But
yeah,
Jacksonville. I don't know, man. If you don't get Henderson, that's really the last kind of man-pressed guy out there for quite a while.
Yo, what if the Eagles just straight take a cornerback and just
well, that's the thing. What if people do start jumping us? Say Dallas does something stupid and they draft receiver and they don't go CJ Henderson. Because I think that's the natural landing spot for CJ Henderson.
Yeah, there's no way they draft a receiver. Come on.
So I'm just saying they draft a receiver, right? They really don't want to take Dak Prescott, okay? So they draft a receiver. All right. Now you get teams jumping us to go get receivers, right? My thing is CJ Henderson would make sense to Jacksonville, but if Jacksonville trades out of that spot and you're the Eagles, and now everyone you had targeted, who are you gonna? Would you take a Brandon Ayuk there at 21?
Oh, I don't know.
Hell no.
To me, the only other player I would take a chance on is probably T. Higgins at that point, because I'm assuming Denzel Mims is gone. I'm assuming Rhaegar's gone. Who's the next guy?
You said Dallas takes a receiver.
I'm just saying, they're going. Something stupid's going to happen there.
Somebody's going to do something stupid, but
if you look at Dallas's needs, to me, it's quite obvious you should take C.J. Henderson.
Yeah.
But they need a center too, but there's just no center that's worth that pick either.
Yeah. You got to just look at it as like,
I can't see, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't see teams.
Yo, look at this. Denzel Mims said in the interview that Jeff Gladney is the best corner he's played against. I'm trying to tell you guys something about this. Yo, Jeff Gladney is moving up. I think he's entering that first round.
I don't know if he'll be the first round, but I think he's going to be an early second.
He's definitely
I got early second.
Yeah.
He's not going to be there at 53. I'll tell you that.
Yo, I think Henderson's stock has fallen. I think I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. But yo, would you be mad if the Eagles went a corner at 21 and end up getting a guy who, like whatever, whoever you think that guy is to you, the Gladney, the Fulton, the TJ Henderson, the third best corner off the board, whoever you think that is. If the Eagles went and got a corner and then came out and got a receiver in the second, however they did it, would you be super upset with that?
If the Eagles got a corner in the second?
Yeah. No. A corner in the first.
Yeah, probably.
So
yeah,
pretty much.
I see some of the comments, guys. AJ Terrell, I don't see it, guys. There's not a lot of teams needing corner in the back half of the first round. There's not. There's not a lot of guys back there that need cornerbacks. I mean, you're not going to have enough to push that many corners in the first round. Now, I'll say this. I don't know. Maybe a team has AJ Terrell graded over Diggs. Maybe a team has Terrell graded over, Fulton. I don't know. I think it would be crazy to grade AJ Terrell over Fulton. I still think it's a bit of a stretch to grade him over Diggs too, but I still think Gladney and Terrell they're still second round values to me. That's where they're going to go, in my opinion. I mean, it's easy for these guys to say like, "Oh, they're trending up boards. They're going to be first round picks now," right? But teams draft by needs, man. They might say we draft the best player. No, you draft the best player available at a need you have. Like,
yeah. Dolphins are going quarterback with pick 5. They are going to trade the 18th pick to move up and get a top 15 offensive tackle and keep their 26 overall first round pick to select running back Swift.
They got 3.
No, they're not. They're not going to be. You're going to have to get way above 15 for those tackles. And there's too many teams that need them.
Wait, they got 3 picks in the first round?
They do. 26, 18, and 5. Yep. Yeah. No, they're not going to. I'm telling you, that's not going to happen. Because
I can't wait for this draft. Like this bit, I need to get this out of the way. This is wow.
Yeah. They're in a perfect position as it is to get an offensive tackle at 18 because you're not going to be able to get high enough up there to get the first 4 or 5 guys. You're not unless you take them at 5. And there is some rumors churning in Miami right now that they're not sold on Tua. So maybe they go Herbert, maybe they go a different guy at 5. I'm hearing Love's climbing boards. I don't think Love's a top 10 pick, but we'll see. But nah, I can't see that personally. I can't see it.
That time.
Yeah, it's almost time. We're gonna finish this. Like I said, it's always good. The chat. The thing is, sometimes when we want to get out, the chat every time we think we're able to get, the chat just pulls us back in.
It does, bro.
Every time I think I'm getting out, they pull me back in. But that goes to show how much we mess with everybody that's in this chat. We mess with everybody that's subscribed to us. That goes to show like we don't really just do this for us. You know what I mean? Like trying to get clout or none of that stuff. We do this for y'all because we're responding to y'all comments. That's why we're on here so long. You know what I mean? It's just not like, oh, we're gonna say what we're gonna say and then we're gonna get off. We don't give a damn about what y'all say. There's a lot of people that do that. Us 3, we not like that. You know what I mean? So shout out to y'all.
Yeah. So
you see the comment?
Maybe. It's hard to say, guys, right now. It's hard to say right now. I do think that's an incredible value for Diggs at 53. But,
I would.
Tykeem, it's not that I disagree with you on that, but they're in perfect position to sit pretty at 18 and get the best pass blocking offensive tackle in this draft in Josh Jones. I don't see them moving up, and I don't think they can get high enough up to go get those guys. The way those guys tested at the combine, Most of those guys are going top 12. Those 4 are going to go off the board, I'd say, in the first 12 picks. So if they don't take their guy at 5, you know what I mean? Here's the thing. Do you guys think Tua would fall past 15 because of his injury? Doctors say he's fine. Tua said he'd like to sit for a year.
He said that?
Yeah. He didn't say like it wasn't like an emphatic thing, but he said he wouldn't be opposed to sitting for a year and letting his body fully heal.
That's rough. I mean, fall to past 15.
Yeah.
I did not know that he said that. That changed the whole dynamic. Like, I mean, we already know the Washington football team is not going to take him. They're most likely going to take Chase Young, but that messed up his stop, man. Saying something like that.
Listen, y'all thought I was joking. I'm dead. I wanted him to get with the Eagles until he went to the Ravens, then the Broncos. Who we talking about?
Who? Yeah, I ain't. What are you talking
Charles,
about?
what we missed, bro?
Charles always out there, man, crazy with it. Like, I'm about to start getting at Charles, man.
Hold up.
Always throwing shots at us. I'm about to start throwing shots at him.
The black line. So I saw your other comment too. You were talking about if we get more receiver heavy, we don't have to go 12 personnel. We should trade one of the tight ends. You would trade Goddard.
You can't. First of all, you can't trade Goddard over Wentz. Over Ertz. Because I'm a little tired. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. It's 12 o'clock.
That's like 12.
But you can't trade Goddard over Ertz because the value is not there. You know what I mean? So Goddard has not proven himself to be able to be a first round. You could probably get a first round pick for Ertz, especially for his last 3 years. So I'm not trading Goddard.
That's funny, bro. Brad. Oh, bro.
Yeah, you can't have it.
I got it, bro. So Takeem said he's talking about Joe Flacco.
He's talking about Joe. Oh, so Charles Smith's saying he's serious about getting Joe Flacco as a backup? I mean,
I don't know that it'll happen, guys. My hesitation with Joe Flacco is the fact that he got into a huge fallout with Rich Scandrello. I can't see, you know what I'm saying? I can't see that being mended. Like,
oh, I was talking about Alabama corners. My cousin is Cyrus Jones.
oh, okay.
Oh, that's what's up. Hold on. He said, yeah, because he's younger and has more value. I think I kept saying, I think teams value the fact that Ertz is only 29. He's still got a lot of gas left in his tank and is probably, he's a more qualified tight end than Dallas Goedert because he still hasn't been able to do it long term. Who knows if Dallas Goedert as the number one guy where he could be more, game plan for. Like, you got to remember, Dallas Goedert played that one game without Zach Ertz, and he did very good. But when Zach Ertz is there and they're both on the field, defenses are double teaming Zach Ertz, which is allowing Dallas Goedert to get that one-man coverage. But
right.
I hear what you're saying about possibly getting rid of one of these guys for the future to build other things. It's just rough. It's rough.
The black line. You say that.
Hey, listen.
Zach Ertz one of the best tight ends in the game. It would probably take a first rounder to even start a conversation about a trade with Ertz.
Hey, listen, man.
Dallas Goedert, I don't know if we'll go for a first round.
Exactly.
Go ahead. I take Andy Dalton as Wentz backup.
Nah.
It's Zombie Jesus Day.
What is that?
I guess Easter.
Yeah, I'm nothing about Easter. I ain't gonna lie to you. Somebody try to break down all that stuff to me. I don't really go about it. But listen, I appreciate everybody, man. I gotta get out of here. 12:30. You know what I mean? We started a little late, but it's time for me to sign off, man. I appreciate all of y'all, man. If you ain't subscribed to Gate City, if you ain't subscribed to Philly Talk Podcast, yeah, I said it right. Make sure y'all go do that, man. These dudes is my brothers, man. Genuine dudes, man. I mess with them to the end of time, but it's end of time for me right now. Yo, yeah. Hey, man, listen, man. Y'all know what it is. Stay Philly, stay fresh, y'all.
Yeah, we out very soon too. Real quick.
What are you talking about? Ertz is not a Chip Kelly guy.
Ertz is almost 30 and going to be expensive. He's not getting that first rounder in return for him. I think he's a first round worthy.
Yeah, the black line. I'm sorry, bro. You're wrong. He's one of the best players in the game. That's like saying Julio Jones 31. You want to get a first rounder for him? Yeah, you will. You're not going to get a talk started without. You might get a team that might try to, say, hey, look, we can't afford a first, but we'll give you second and fourth. That's still going to be like a first round type value grade there for a second and a fourth. That's generally where it goes. Either a first rounder or you give a team like a second and a fourth. Like, you're not going to. Teams are going to trade you that type of player for anything less than that kind of value. I mean, it's not Madden, bro.
I'm gonna take a picture of that and send it to him, Charles Smith. Appreciate the super chat, and I'm gonna send it to the Philly. But yo, he said Goddard is a Howie guy. Ertz is a Chip Kelly guy. You should already know who is going to be here long term. 2013 we drafted Ertz, right?
Yeah, Ertz is definitely a Howie guy. Guys, a lot of you guys are making a mistake of thinking that Chip Kelly got executive control over the Eagles his first year in. He did not. He got it his very last year, 2015, and tanked us.
Yeah. So the first
in 13 and 14.
Yeah, it was Howie's game. It was Howie's team 13 and 14, just Chip Kelly's scheme and coaching. 15, we gave him the key to the city, and he burned it down. Yo, Brad Wright said Dallas needs to draft an owner.
Yeah, definitely. And a GM and a
let's say I don't know how much we need. I went through between you guys and wait, what? I don't know how much we need. I went through between you guys and RZA VDJ Premier Battle on IG.
Do you, bro?
How do you guys feel about the safety Kyle? I think he's talented, and at first I thought he was going to go earlier, but I think he's dropping a little bit too.
Yeah, I like Kyle Duggar a lot. I don't know where his value is. I mean, not that long ago he was a second round graded player. I think he's starting to slip down further and further now, though.
Yeah, he's a playmaker, though.
Yeah, he is. But I mean, like I said, man, he played at a really small school.
School. What is the school called again? I forgot. It's
Ryan.
Oh yeah.
It used to be a junior college. It's really small.
That was Howie's pick. What running back should we target? If we target a running back, I can see us targeting it late in the draft. Try to get a guy who can. I mean, I still believe Elijah Holyfield can be that 3rd and 1, move the chains. I think Miles Sanders and Boston Scott can handle the bulk of it with Elijah Holyfield getting that 3rd and 1 handoffs. But if we get a running back, it's probably going to be later in the draft because
I'll give my running back pick. And you already know what I'm going to say?
What?
Antonio Gibson.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, they could be your Swift Army knife.
There you go. It's not even really running back, but he can play it.
Yeah. If the Eagles draft DeAndre Swift at 21, Eagles backfield Sanders, McCoy, Swift equals Westbrook, Scott, and Sproles. Holyfield equals Staley, scary backfield. But that's at 21. That'd be whoa. That would be a hurt piece.
Takeem, I was talking to Philly Fresh, man. He was saying that one of his connections inside the Eagles was talking about they're pretty high on Holyfield.
Linebackers, give me some names to look up. Some names that I think that the Eagles can target later in the draft. Of course, we know the first round talent, but I like guys like Malik Harrison, Troy Dye. The injury that happened to Troy Dye is kind of pushing him out, but I still think he got talent. Like, so Malik Harrison, Troy Dye, Jordan Brooks, Akeem Davis-Gaither. These guys, I can see the Eagles being there maybe around, the second, the third, around there. So these are guys, I'm not saying all of them will be there at the 103rd pick. See, a lot of my linebacker videos were before we traded for Slay. So when we had the 85th overall third round too, I was more like third round will be good because I think you can get these guys at 85th. Now because it goes from 53 to 103, it's a big gap. So, but Malik Harrison, Jordan Brooks, Troy Dye, Akeem Davis-Gaither. These are guys that I think the Eagles can target if we're not going first and maybe not even second.
Akeem Davis-Gaither would be a big one for me. Troy Dye is definitely climbing up boards. Malik Harrison's climbing up boards. There's a kid that's coming. He's a small school guy too. Eagles interviewed him. I'm trying to think of his name. It slipped my mind, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll look it up for you.
There you go. He's co-signing your Gibson third round.
Bro, the dude's a beast, man. He's going to be good in the league, man. That kid's going to be really good.
Check out the Patrick Taylor Jr. and tell me what you think. He's not even on a draft board, so he might be an undrafted free agent or a 6th-round pick. Wow.
So Logan Wilson, guys, and then Willie Gay Jr. would be the other guys I would probably kind of throw into that mix.
Brad Rice still on. He said, Philly Fresh, my Rice comment, you want me blocked and vanished. It's all good. It's about that time. Damn, from that, we're gonna have to try to one of these days, we're gonna have to be like, you know what, after an hour and a half, 2 hours, I'll just lose internet or something.
Yeah.
Go, because we always say like an hour and a half.
Antonio Holmes. Davis-Gaither is a beast, man. I've had a chance to watch this kid a couple times. I live about 2 hours outside of Boone. Man, I'm telling you, that kid is he's going to be good.
The Gambling Hippie said, what's the best position to cheap out on after signing a rookie quarterback to a big contract? In my opinion, it's always easier to win when the rookie quarterback deal. Oh, yeah, because once you make that pay, now you're paying your guy franchise money because you're saying he can win. He can do things to win you games without the super other players making a lot of money. My bad. So now that Wentz got paid, you got to cheap out other positions. But I still think we're pretty good with money for this year. So if we can get,
Yeah, I would
like Goddard's on the cheap contract still. You got some of our defensive players on cheap contracts.
I would argue, though, Carson Wentz, even though he's not on a rookie contract anymore, he still took a pretty team-friendly deal. People didn't think it at the time, but now looking at what's coming down the line, it's pretty damn team-friendly.
I definitely think we need a true receiver with the first 2 picks. Our receivers are very thin, and just think if we don't get a top receiver in the draft this year or 2 from now, we'll be sorry. Hey, it could come back to bite us.
Yeah.
Lynn Bolden, Gibson, and Sanders would be some crazy wildcat plays. Logan Wilson is a 2nd, 3rd round option.
I don't know if I have him graded that high, Hakeem, but I would say your 3rd, yeah, probably more so in the 4th. I don't know if I grade him quite that high. I mean, you know how it is, Hakeem. It's hard to say because you don't know what team's going to fall in love with what prospect. All it takes is for one team to overvalue one guy, and the guy goes above where you think.
Yeah. And like I said, it could easily happen, and that just throws everything off. The draft starts changing. Maybe these next 4 teams had these guys on their mind, but now they each switched their pick because they didn't know this other guy was going to be available. Blah 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 blah. So it is what it is, but it's definitely that time. 4 hours and 28 minutes.
Bruh.
Dead tired.
I think we're trying for the marathon record, bro.
I know, bro. This is rough. And if we don't get off now, Philly Fresh might come back on, and then we
We're going for another 2 hours, bro. Now we can.
he taking the. But appreciate everybody in the chat. Like I said, if you're not subscribed to either one of us or only one of us and not the other, if you don't like the other person's stuff, it is what it is. But watch a video, check it out, appreciate it, and let's go. The draft's coming in 2 weeks. It's going to be here soon. There's going to be no more debating who's going to go where, who should we get. Now we're going to be talking about, did we get who we need? Did we do the right thing? How is this going to affect our 2020 season? And I can't wait. I'm nervous. At the same time, I'm nervous. I think Howie's going to get it done this year, but I am nervous. I am nervous that they say some crazy stuff at 21, and then we just go on a wild ride.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping coaches have more input this year. I like the fact that they hired former players to put in those, front office positions to evaluate and help scout. But yeah, we got to see some change here. Owen Kaufman, what's up, man? We just saw your comment coming in. You feel like Jefferson could be a good pick up at 21. Rather have Mims. Mims is a good player. I think Mims has a very high ceiling.
Yeah. There's a big connection with Ertz and Kelly due to their time in the Pac-12. I understand that Howie had control at that time, but that pick looked like it was a heavily influenced by Kelly. Well, I know Howie just said that when he picked Zach Ertz, they were thinking about taking Darius Slay, but they took Zach Ertz in that draft, and then it is what it is. Thanks for the live stream, guys. Appreciate you, Paul 44.
Takeem, it's Gate City Sports Talk.
Yeah. So it's just Gate City Sports Talk. That's what you guys typing to get you.
Yeah, so I was like trying to think. I was like, wait, what the hell did I type with?
He's like, what's my name? Yeah, I'm hurt, but yeah.
All right, bro. So catches up quick, guys.
Yep. So, like I said, I liked Rieger, but I didn't really start liking Rieger as much as I do now until two things. One, I did more research on him so I can make my KJ Hamler versus Rieger, and I don't think that's an actual comparison. Rieger is way better. I think KJ Hamler can be explosive, but Rieger's the all-around better player. It's just that's what the votes were, and so I did what the vote was for. But I do like Rieger. He just showed us he can run a 4.28. He can get the 50-50 balls, 42-inch vertical. There's a lot of stuff to his game that could complement the Eagles. I just don't know if the Eagles will do it at 21, and I don't think we'll be able to move up high enough to get him in a second because I think the Saints or the Vikings will just scoop him up. But, yeah, Gate City was definitely on him. Yeah, Charles Smith was the one who sent that to us, the 4.28 run.
Yeah, he was. Yep.
Antonio,
we appreciate you, bro.
Yeah. This is the last one, and then we out. Wentz is the most underrated quarterback in the league. If we get him good weapons in the draft, I believe he could get back to quarterback one status and get an MVP. Thoughts on that? I agree 100% with you. 2017 Carson Wentz could be right around the corner if the Eagles go ahead and get this man some weapons.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt on the man's talent. I mean, the kids, even the people that hate on him have to admit the kid's talented.
Yeah. All right, guys. Like I said, hit that like button on the way out. Check each other's channels out. Watch a video if you like it. Hit that subscribe button. We do Eagle content all the time. Appreciate you guys 100%. And at the end of the day, you know what time it is. Go ahead, say your thing.
I don't even know where I'm at now, guys. I'm so damn tired. Rock Lee, I appreciate you, bro. Y'all know what time it is, guys. We're going to sign off. You know what it is. EAGLES. Damn, it's like 12:38, guys.
Oh, real quick, the Twitters. Just drop your Twitter for the Gambling Hippie, and then I'll tell mine.
At Heider Steve, HEITTERSTEVE.
And mine is Philly _Mike 25. So just Philly _ Mike 25. And until next time, you know what time it is. We out.